Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this EMA multi-stakeholder workshop on qualification of novel methodologies. My name is Michael Berntgen from the Scientific Evidence Generation Department here at EMA. Today's workshop brings together multiple stakeholders with a clear common goal to ensure that we enable the integration of science and technology in medicine's development through ensuring efficient and robust qualification of novel methodologies that can facilitate such development. Since 2008, EMA is offering this voluntary pathway, allowing developers of innovative methods and tools to request the qualification by European regulators of these instruments for a specific intended use in the context of research and development into pharmaceuticals. And of course, a lot of experience has been gained over these past 15 years. More than 200 qualification procedures were performed, covering a diverse range of technologies from various developers. Examples are novel biomarkers for use in non-clinical or clinical studies, digital technology-based methodologies intended to support the authorization of medicines, but also disease registries for generating evidence suitable for regulatory decision-making. EMA's Regulatory Science Strategy to 2025 laid out strategic goals and core recommendations, many of which are facilitated by the qualification of the Novel Methodology Platform. And also the recommendations from the Big Data Task Force call for review of the qualification framework. And it is against this background that we are hosting this event today and tomorrow. This workshop brings together academia, learned societies, public-private partnerships, consortia, patients, HTA bodies, notified bodies, medicines regulators, and industry, both pharma and medtech. And I'm grateful for the numerous chairs, speakers, and panelists who took time from their busy schedules to allow us progressing this topic. We had almost 700 registrations for joining this workshop. In addition, this workshop will be broadcasted for everybody to follow. So very warm welcome to everybody who is joining today, because this is a perfect setup for reviewing, optimizing, and promoting the qualification framework. Together, we will look at use case examples of different methodologies: clinical outcome assessment, digital health technology and artificial intelligence, machine learning related methods, modeling and simulation and real-world evidence related methods. We will share experiences and solicit input from stakeholders to identify recommendations to future-proof the qualification of novel methodologies, process, and its outcomes. And in these discussions, I trust we will certainly also touch on important aspects which are critical for the impact of qualification. How to foster pre-competitive collaboration on methodologies that enable medicine's development. How to make information available in a balanced way that provides valuable transparency whilst ensuring necessary confidentiality. And how to manage the life cycle of qualified methodologies when, for example, the context of use should change or progress over time. All your input is immensely valuable for ensuring the design of a future-proof qualification framework. We want to invite all of you to this multi-stakeholder conversation. We want to collectively listen and learn. The engagement by all of you shows the commitment to our joint endeavor for the benefits of progressing innovation that ultimately serves the patients. May I now pass the floor to Thorsten Vetter, Senior Scientific Officer at EMA, who will be co-chairing the workshop together with Paolo Foggi, the chair of EMA's Scientific Advice Working Party. And with this, I wish you all a productive and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for these kind and informative welcoming words. I'm very happy to also welcome you to this workshop, and I'm very happy now to set the scene in providing some overview of the current procedure and experiences. Next slide, please. In 2008, the EMA introduced the qualification of novel methodologies as a new voluntary scientific pathway with the aim to foster the development and validation of innovative methods for medicinal product development. The scope was kept deliberately broad, mentioning innovative methods or drug development tools for a specific intended use in pharmaceutical R&D. Next slide, please. In the Regulatory Science Strategy to 2025, the EMA has put forward a clear vision. To underpin its mission of protecting human health, the EMA must catalyze and enable regulatory science and innovation to be translated into patient access to medicines in evolving healthcare systems. The qualifications platform is key to achieving this. Next slide, please. Here are 3 examples of the RSS to 2025 strategic goals related to qualifications. First, enhance early engagement with novel biomarker developers to facilitate regulatory qualification, critically review the EMA's biomarker validation process. Clearly, this is what we are doing in these 2 half days. Second, support the development of robust digital endpoints through qualification and scientific advice. And third, establish an EU framework for data quality and representativeness. Develop guidelines and a strengthened process for data qualification through scientific advice. This workshop will offer the chance to reflect on all these goals. Next slide, please. To set the scene for our discussions, let me briefly summarize main elements of the qualification procedure. Applicants can request either qualification advice or qualification opinion. Qualification advice is provided on strategy and protocols for further development of a methodology towards qualification. It is based on the review of a scientific rationale and on preliminary data. It is intended for early and iterative interactions to allow for efficient and adequate evidence generation planning to support future qualification. It is confidential. And a letter of support can be proposed. Next slide, please. A letter of support may be offered based on qualification advice when the novel methodology cannot yet be qualified but is shown to be promising based on preliminary data. The aim is to encourage data sharing and to facilitate further studies aimed at eventual qualification. A high-level summary of the novel methodology, its context of use, available data, and ongoing and planned investigations is published if the sponsor agrees. Next slide, please. Once adequate data have been submitted, a qualification opinion can confirm acceptability of a specific use of the proposed method to generate data for regulatory assessment. The procedural route is not fixed, but will follow the assessment of the submitted data. That means that a qualification opinion request will revert to a qualification advice if the evidence is considered not supportive yet. Public consultation of draft qualification opinions ensures scrutiny and input from the scientific community and all interested stakeholders before the final qualification opinion is published. Next slide, please. This slide presents an overview of the procedure numbers since inception of the qualification platform. 208 requests for qualification advice and opinion have been received by the end of 2022, averaging between 15 and 20 requests per year over the last 10 years. 27 qualification opinions have been published and 38 letters of support. Next slide, please. The assessment is performed by the qualification team, a multidisciplinary expert group built around the requirements of the specific request, informed by the targeted context of use. The qualification team is led by 2 coordinators from the Scientific Advice Working Party or the CHMP And regular members of the qualification team are patient representatives, experts for the technology or methodology at question, statisticians, therapeutic area experts, and experts from any applicable EMA committees and working parties or groups. If there is a gap in expertise, external experts can be assigned, subject to conflict of interest considerations. The EMA scientific officer manages the process and provides scientific support. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the shortest timeline scenario for qualification procedure flow. 60 days before start is the validation phase, a review of the draft package, feedback to the applicant, ideally a preparatory meeting, and assignment of the qualification team members. The procedure starts with a 30-day initial assessment, leading to adoption of a list of issues to prepare a discussion meeting. The discussion meeting takes place 60 days after start of the procedure, and after the discussion meeting, the scientific advice working party will discuss the outcome and decide on the result, namely qualification opinion, qualification advice, and whether a letter of support should be proposed. Final reports are drafted by day 90, qualification advice letter or draft qualification opinion, and a draft qualification opinion will be reviewed by the CHMP for 30 days and, if adopted, will then be published for consultation. As we will see in the next slide, this ideal scenario is a rare case, not least because procedural flexibility is considered paramount. First, to allow applicants to thoroughly address issues raised for the discussion meeting, but as well to allow the qualification team to appropriately review extensive evidence packages. Next slide, please. We performed an analysis of procedure durations from 2019 to 2022. 66 qualification advices and 6 qualification opinion procedures were included. The average procedure duration from start of procedure to either issuance of the qualification advice letter or publication of the draft qualification opinion was 170 days for qualification advice. In the ideal scenario, this could be 100 days, and 196 days for qualification opinion. The ideal scenario would be 130 days. The pie charts show how many procedures remained in time, blue, or required 1, orange, or 2 or more scientific advice working party meeting cycles longer, gray. Without going into any details, this analysis suggests that there are mainly 2 time-limiting procedural steps. A, many applicants require more than 1 month to address issues raised in preparation of the discussion meeting, up to half of the applicants. And B, the EMA requires more time to prepare and agree draft qualification opinions with applicants, in more than 80% of cases. Next slide, please. In preparation to this workshop, we also performed a survey and asked holders of qualification opinions and letters of support to provide feedback on a range of qualification-related questions. I will present key findings here, and we will report the results in more detail in the workshop report. 28 qualification opinions and 39 letter of support holders were invited. We received 12 responses with a relevant representation of stakeholders as shown in the chart. 3 pharmaceutical industry, 3 public-private partnerships, 3 academics, 2 non-profit organizations, and 1 startup. And 4 of those hold SME status. The procedural experience of respondents varied between 6 qualification requests in 3 cases, down to 1 request per respondent. Next slide, please. I would like to now just briefly mention key findings. 3 of the 12 respondents had an innovation task force meeting before requesting qualification, and 2 of those indicated that this ITF meeting was helpful to prepare the qualification request. 6 of 12 respondents also engaged in FDA qualification of drug development tools. Here, the comments in terms of preferences were mixed. The EMA process flexibility, the shorter timelines, and the confidentiality of qualification advice were mentioned as positive by some, while others mentioned that there should be full transparency from the qualification advice stage, including on CHMP responses. EMA fees were perceived as barrier, and fee incentives waivers should be promoted. 11 of 12 respondents would have been interested in a parallel FDA-EMA qualification process to foster global alignment and to improve efficiency. Next slide, please. We asked for feedback on the procedural experience for the different phases of the process. The validation phase experience was considered positive by 4 respondents, mixed by 1, and negative by 3. Critical points raised were perceived lack of preparation of a qualification team for a preparatory meeting and delays due to expert assignment to the qualification team. The review and discussion meeting phase was considered positive by 4 respondents. In particular, the scientific rigor of the feedback was mentioned. 5 respondents described the experience as mixed, 1 as negative. Points of criticism in this phase were broader expertise is needed, list of issues too extensive, insufficient time to prepare the discussion meeting, and too short duration of the discussion meeting. For the qualification phase, 5 of 7 respondents indicated that timelines for the qualification opinion drafting are not sufficiently transparent and not well communicated, indicating a need for improvement. Next slide, please. Asked for proposals for efficiency gains, we only received 4 respondents of the 12. 2 of 12 considered the process works fine, and 6 of 12 did not respond at all. From the proposals made, I would just like to highlight the first one: clarify scope, value, timelines in guidance to applicants. Introduce standardization of output performance templates, in particular of qualification opinion. Very interesting also, include lay language Q&A for qualification opinion. Potentially request already as part of the briefing document drafted by applicants to facilitate understanding by patient representatives involved. Also clearly, there was a perceived importance of increased involvement of HTA and notified bodies. Also, there was an appeal to monitor uptake of qualification opinions to show impact on decision making. Next slide, please. Asked whether there should be a mandatory publication of qualification advice information, 8 of 12 respondents indicated support. 1 was not in favor, 1 was unsure, and 2 did not answer the question. Next slide, please. Finally, we explored whether receiving a letter of support has been helpful. 7 of 12 answered yes, 2 no, 3 did not reply. It was mentioned that the letter of support facilitated data sharing and collaboration, finding investors, and enhanced credibility with key stakeholders. Asked whether the method acknowledged in the letter of support has meanwhile been qualified or recognized otherwise, 2 respondents indicated that a qualification opinion has meanwhile been published. 1 method has been confirmed as part of a marketing authorization application review, and 7 respondents indicated the intention to request qualification opinion in the future. Next slide, please. With this, I want to end my introduction and putting forward clearly the workshop objectives. First, confirm the future scope of qualification of novel methodologies in light of ever-accelerating development of science and technologies to best support the translation of innovation into patient benefit. And secondly, look at use case examples of different methodologies, share procedural experience, and solicit input from stakeholders to identify recommendations to future-proof the qualification of novel methodology process and its outcomes. I very much look forward to open and fruitful discussions during this workshop. And now, before I pass the floor to Marion and Falk, who will chair session 1, I would like to mention some housekeeping rules. Please remember, this workshop is broadcast live. Presentations and recordings will be published after the meeting. The audience is invited to submit questions via Slido, and which will be taken up during the Q&A session. You can like these questions, which will help us to prioritize questions to be taken up by the chairs of the session. And only in the possible absence of questions submitted via Slido, we may take verbal questions directly via WebEx. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the first session. From innovation to qualified tools, the scope of qualification of novel methodologies and its chairs. Marion Pasmoy, head of the science department of the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board, and Falk Ehmann, chair of the innovation task force at EMA. Over to you, Falk and Marion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Torsten, and welcome also from our side. And have the next slide, please. So from innovation to qualified tools, what are our aims? We like to discuss how to enable and foster a seamless transition from early research into qualified opinions. And with you together explore how this journey of innovation can be improved. We like to promote an increased uptake of the procedure and, of course, to increase the impact of this procedure and their respective qualified opinions. As we all agree, the journey does not stop with the published opinion, it barely starts. And how can we ensure that it really benefits the patients? Marion and I agreed that we really would like to listen and hear from you and discuss together with you opportunities, how to achieve these goals. So please be active and submit your questions. Next slide, please. We divided this session in two parts. We will start with 3 talks from academia, industry, and funders, 50 minutes each, including questions, only clarifying questions we allow at this time, and then followed by a panel discussion. Next slide, please. So with this, please be active. Please use Slido. Mario and I will scan the questions, and please also endorse questions like this we see where the priorities lie, and we can prioritize these questions as well in the panel discussion. And with this, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Anna Drimmick, who's a researcher at the Institute of Pharmacy at the University of Innsbruck in Austria. For the last 6 months, she has been a collaborating expert at our Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force here at the agency, where she analyzed early points of contacts for interactions. And she followed the journey of qualification novel methodologies. Anna, thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me as a speaker today. I'm excited to share part of research done in the past 6 months, looking at the journey of innovation, of qualification of novel methodologies. Next slide, please. Slide, please. The procedure known as qualification of novel methodologies has the goal of establishing a means for obtaining regulatory approval of drug development methodologies, leading to the creation of qualification opinions. Once a qualification opinion has been officially adopted, the proposed methodology is deemed an appropriate regulatory standard for the specified context of use in drug development. This allows all involved parties to utilize the method, ultimately leading to more streamlined and efficient drug development. To illustrate the progression of the qualification process from its initial stages to its eventual acceptance as a regulatory standard, this analysis delves into relevant publications, patents, and clinical trials conducted within the approved context of use of the latest analyzed qualification of novel methodology submissions. Next slide, please. During the period between the 1st of January 2021 and 20th of December 2022, an analysis was conducted on the applications of the qualifications of novel methodologies procedures. A total of 43 procedures were identified and individually assessed, leading to 3 primary findings. The first finding entailed the creation of a table that detailed each qualification procedure, including its intended and approved context of use, as well as list of issues, clinical trial search results, publication search results, and patent search results. During the evaluation of a qualification of novel methodologies, the regulator drafts a list of issues to be addressed by the applicant, and the second finding involved the categorization of the identified lists of issues into specific categories. For the said finding, a set of keywords was used to conduct searches for clinical trials, publications, and patents related to the qualification of novel methodology and its approved context of use. Clinical trial searches were performed utilizing the clinicaltrial.gov database, utilizing either the general search function or the expert search function. Publication searches were conducted in the PubMed database, while patent searches were carried out in ESPASnet, with filters employed to narrow the search to title, abstract, and claims, as including other documents such as description resulted in too many irrelevant hits. Next slide, please. When it comes to context of use, I would like to discuss the importance to clearly and concisely defining the context of use. In particular, I want to highlight how a high percentage of total cases examined required some sort of change, particularly when it comes to conciseness and specificity. To illustrate this point, I will be discussing several examples. Next slide, please. The first example highlights the importance of focusing on the main points and not going beyond necessary. The applicant in this case goes too far in explaining why the proposed methodology is better than others, expanding the proposed context of use with no further relevant information for this stage. So as you can see here, everything that is highlighted in red is actually needs to be omitted. Next slide, please. The second example shows that the measurement in question was not specifically identified and the evidence did not match the sought-after claim. As a result, modification of the context of use was necessary, in this case from primary to secondary endpoint. And this highlights how clear and specific communication is crucial in ensuring that everyone is on the same page and that the intended use is accurately represented. Next slide, please. The final example highlights the need to specify the intended use in a concise way. The proposed context of use is more intricate and lists several points in one lengthy sentence. In comparison, on the right side in green, the qualified context of use is more straightforward and split in bullet points to allow easier comprehension of the main points. So in conclusion, it's obvious that clear and concise definition is essential when describing the context of use. Putting the focus on that, we can ensure that everyone is on the same page and that the intended use is accurately represented. Next slide, please. A document called List of Issues is a compilation of potential issues that may arise during the process of qualifying a new methodology or technology for use in a particular application. The list typically includes questions or concerns related to validity, reliability, accuracy, and reproducibility of the methodology, as well as any ethical or regulatory considerations that may need to be addressed. The purpose of such a document is to provide a comprehensive overview of the potential challenges and considerations involved in the qualification process, and to guide researchers and regulators in ensuring that the methodology is fit for purpose and meets the necessary standards for safety and efficacy. To illustrate this better, I present several examples of what these categories might entail. As you can see, in almost half of the procedures, there were issues concerning validation strategy. For example, anchoring the current standard measure for intended application, or including learn and confirm in separate data sets versus cross-validation in pre-specified sections of one overall database. Other common categories and examples include issues related to target populations, such as inappropriate inclusion or exclusion criteria, poor representation of relevant subgroups, and inadequate consideration of comorbidities or other relevant factors. Additionally, context of use concerns may arise from insufficient justification of the intended use or unclear definition of the target population or disease-detecting treatment effects. Disease condition. Functional endpoints may be problematic if they are inappropriate or non-validated or lack sensitivity or specificity. And lastly, Pierre presented, clinical trial application and conduct can be compromised by inadequate sample size or power calculation, incomplete reporting of adverse events, or protocol deviations or non-compliance. Next slide, please. Before going into the search results, based on this analysis, what were we actually able to see in the last 2 years? Which methodologies are on the rise? We were able to assign all the procedures into 5 different categories presented here. While it might be too early to talk about the trends for each of them, as we looked at the data for 2 years only, a substantial amount of research has already been done on the biomarker qualification in the past, so I will briefly touch upon that in the next slide. Next slide, please. Looking at the 2 papers on biomarker analysis published in 2022, out of 41 biomarker-related ITF briefing meetings from 2008 to 2020, 12 were linked to interactions between the applicant and the EMA through scientific advice or qualification of novel methodologies. 70% of the meetings did not result in any other interaction, possibly due to early project stages or associated fees. The decreasing trend in qualification of novel methodology used by the pharmaceutical companies suggests that they're more likely to include biomarker-related questions in scientific advice procedures. This is supported by data showing that half of the applicants who initiated follow-up chose scientific advice, all of which were companies when referred to the qualification procedure by ITF experts. Most ITF meetings resulting in qualification of novel methodologies were with consortia funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative, launched in 2008 to address drug development challenges. However, no qualified biomarkers have resulted from IMI projects until that point, possibly due to limited project time spans and late initiation of interaction with regulators. Successful cases like IMI EU AIMS highlight the importance of early regulator engagement. Transparency and availability of biomarker qualification data should be communicated clearly to engage stakeholders, and the difference between recommended qualification of novel methodologies and applicants who follow it suggests the challenges, which could be addressed by lowering hurdles and adopting an iterative approach. Next slide, please. Here we come to our search results that is analyzing the journey of innovation. So under the assumption that each procedure involved in the qualification probably has either patents, publications, or clinical trials behind them, we performed the search in all 3 categories using the same set of keywords related to the approved context of use. A small fraction of results is shown here, and full analysis will be included in a report or a publication later. Looking at the first example, highlighted in green, although the search gave hits in all 3 categories, it was found that the identified patents are actually not related to the novel technology nor its context of use. When we took a look at clinical studies, there is one that is currently recruiting and seems to be in line with the qualified context of use. Besides that, as expected, multiple relevant scientific papers have been published on this topic. Next slide, please. Taking a look at the second example, again highlighted in green, although no relevant clinical trials were found from the search, a publication was identified describing an observational cohort study in line with the context of use. Furthermore, one example of a patent application was found in the line with the qualified context of use, which I will briefly show on the following slide. Next slide, please. So what you can see here is just an abstract overview. And since this data is publicly available, everyone can access it following the link provided below and read through the entire documentation if interested. What is also important to mention that we are not fully trained in patent search, and this was performed in a basic way, also as an experimental way to see if we can link published patents or patent applications to the qualification of novel methodologies and their qualified context of use. Next slide, please. So, as a conclusion, we can say that the applicants of qualification of novel methodologies benefit from well-defined and considered context of use, ensuring the evidence provided supported the claim. The analysis of most frequent list of issues shall guide future applicants to optimize their submission package, enabling an efficient qualification procedure. To effectively evaluate the journey of innovation, additional analysis covering longer observation periods or combining existing data sets, such as biomarkers, would be of value. And with the final slide, I would like to thank my affiliation, the University of Innsbruck, for being open to this collaboration along with my regular work. A special thank you to Falk Heyman and Beta Thorsten from the European Medicines Agency, who supported and guided this research. And of course, many thanks to all of you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion later on.
Thank you very much, Anna. I'd like to hand over now to the co-chair, Marion.
Thank you, Anna, for your presentation, and welcome everyone to this workshop today. And like Falk already indicated, I'm really happy to have this topic on the agenda today, and also looking forward to receive questions from the public. Anna, I had a question related to your work. You indicated that you have looked at a limited time set as such. Are you planning to expand that, or are there ideas from the European Medicines Agency to look at a larger time frame?
Well, I definitely think it would be useful to take a look at the larger time frame if we want to talk about the trends. So 2 years period is, in my opinion, too short to be able to make such an evaluation. But I think it's a very good starting point to start monitoring these interactions and to establish a basis from where we could start doing so. I'm not sure if this will be me working further on this project, but I believe that the EMA will continue following this path.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. And I think it's very important work because the learnings also for applicants, and you mentioned also the context of use that is very important, and that there were questions on that. But for now, I would like to save those questions for the panel discussion later on, and go to the second speaker, and then we get back to you later in the panel discussion. So the second speaker is Solange Corrio-Roux. And she will give a presentation on the pharma perspective. And Solange is a senior director in regulatory affairs with a demonstrated history of working in the pharmaceutical industry. And Solange has a strong experience in clinical research and development, including pediatrics, clinical trials, and regulatory affairs and strategy. And Solange, I'm really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Marion, and also thanks to all the organizers of this workshop to have invited me to share on behalf of the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Association, FPA, my experience of the qualification framework, moving from innovation to qualified tools. Next slide, please. Indeed, advances in science and technologies have led to the development of new tools and methods such as patient-reported outcomes, digital endpoints, that in turn support the development of new treatments. Qualification plays an increasing crucial role in the regulatory landscape. However, the path to qualification is still rather challenging to most applicants and often not known by some stakeholders, such as academic. This is why improvements are key to ensure added value for all stakeholders and the health system. Next slide, please. Last year, with the focus group set up by the EMA to optimize the qualification framework established in 2008, we performed an horizon scanning survey to understand what EMA will be confronted with in the coming years. To this effect, industry and academia were surveyed via different channels, as shown on the slide. Interestingly, we got only 38 total responses. However, the survey was visited by more than 1,000 people. We got 31 answers from industry and 6 from academia. Next slide, please. As a result, EMA can expect at least 31 requests in a variety of therapeutic domain as shown on the slide. Quite a great variety, which will, of course, need resources and lots of expertise, obviously. Next one. Similarly, and also in line with what we just heard from Thorsten Vetter with this recently completed survey, in our survey, there was consistency in responses. Indeed, the complexity and the length of the qualification process was highlighted, since resource and time intensive, while there aren't many incentives to take this additional validation step. As it was shown through public-private partnerships, collaboration between companies and academia is also useful to generate sufficient data to support regulatory qualification. While qualification requests are likely to increase in the future, there would be benefit to clarify its value, knowing that better awareness and additional guidance on the process would be useful, including timelines and process predictability. Of note, EMA received 25 requests in 2021, as shown in their annual report. Next one, please. In line with the ACT EU initiative's priority action and the regulatory science research needs identified by EMA, we industry would like to make EMA the go-to place for qualification. Building on experience and what is currently working well, we are ready to collaborate further and test improvement for both applicants and regulators. This will be for sure the opportunity to make Europe the center of excellence for regulatory science. Next one. Qualification procedures are a unique platform for collaboration that can lead to substantial scientific and medical progress while building on and beyond regulatory science research needs as identified by EMA. This is why it is important to clarify where qualification fits in the regulatory framework, knowing that there are a number of opportunities to interact with the regulators, and it's of course of utmost importance to understand which platform for dialogue is the most appropriate. Those identified in blue on the slide, such as scientific advice at the European or at the national level, are to discuss medicines development. Qualification, the one in yellow, is clearly the one to use for tools and methods under development. Important also to mention the Innovation Task Force, the one in green, which provides a forum for early dialogue on innovative aspects in medicines development. Next one. There are some fundamental principles of utmost interest. It's indeed important to understand the value of qualification and of its contribution to the scientific and medical progress. This is why the scope has to be well defined to help understand how it fits in the regulatory framework. As a result, clarity and guidance on qualification paths with a clear data package expectation would be welcome. Next slide, please. With this slide and in the following two slides, some additional consideration of importance are highlighted. And again, they are quite in line with what Thorsten Vetter detailed, previously as a result of the recently performed survey. Qualification is meant to support innovation and development of new treatments. However, it's important to consider what proprietary technology constraints could prevent the wider use of a qualified tool. Obviously, if technology is agnostic, IP issues could be lessened. In the context of IHI project, and as recommended in the field manual, co-created by EMA and FPR to provide guidance to help consortia systematically and strategically chart the scale-up pathway, intellectual property aspects should be discussed at the beginning of the project. Also, which elements of such methods, models, could be of public enough use to be eligible as qualified object? Flexibility to reuse qualification package elements would be helpful in the situation where a new device could be used or a new context of use be targeted. Next one. Important to stress also the following consideration. In our view, clinical design features are considered out of scope for qualification, whereas interaction via, for example, simultaneous national scientific advice would be preferable. Considering the foreseen future qualification requests, the agency will have to secure the necessary expertise at the time of the qualification team identification. This is why a one-stop shop for multi-stakeholder advice would be more than welcome, since the opportunity, for example, to include all the relevant experts, such as from notified bodies, health technology assessment bodies, clinical trial or medical device coordination groups, and patient representatives. In some situations, pediatric aspect should be also part of qualification. And of course, as it was mentioned, this is, a topic which is quite close to my heart. Next one. Considering evidentiary requirements may differ depending on the type of methodology to be qualified, a regulatory guideline or a Q&A document describing standards for each type would be welcome. Alternatively, an interactive scoping meeting could be considered, where the scope of the qualification and of the context of use could be discussed with the appointed qualification team. Such interaction could be also the opportunity to have a mutual understanding of the probability of success of the qualification moving forward. Also, knowing qualification of tools and methods often require iterative support over time. What could be done to ease the process? Would it be possible, according to the concept of stewardship, to have one single EMA contact point all along the process, all along the development? Finally, how could regulators support pre-competitive collaboration? Should relevant platforms such as DIP, IHI, or the CPAS Institute be advertised to increase awareness of developers? And how to share learnings and raise awareness of ongoing initiatives? Next one. To conclude, and knowing the work done as part of the focus group I was very pleased to be part of, pharma are calling for qualification evolution, since qualifications are truly incubators for innovation. They have indeed the potential to inform regulatory decision-making throughout the medicine's life cycle, to catalyze the integration of science and technology in drug development, and to facilitate the translation of medical innovation in regulatory science. In addition, they have been shown to drive collaborative evidence generation, knowledge exchange with active patient and other stakeholders' participation. Next slide. As shown on this slide, all the considerations I detailed will not only foster an innovation-friendly ecosystem, but will also help to make EMA the go-to place for qualification advice. Next one. So thanks for your attention. And I added this slide since in my slides, I used a number of acronyms and I wanted, to clarify those. With that, thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Solange, for your presentation. And it really fits nicely together also what Torsten was mentioning in the beginning. So I see several points that were raised by Torsten are also coming back in your presentation. And also for the additional considerations that you were mentioning that we will discuss also more in detail during the panel discussion. There was one clarifying question about the field manual that you mentioned. And the question is when it will be available, or if there's a link to this field manual.
It is already available. I included the link to it in my slide. And in addition, this is something I had, the opportunity recently to share with colleagues, friends, at the opportunity of a meeting organized by the European Joint Programme of Rare Diseases, which was a great opportunity showing how collaboration is key more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solange. And like was said in the beginning, the slides will be shared. So this information will also become available for the attendees later on. I had one question, and it was related to you said that with the survey, sometimes you have a lower response rate. But was that also discussed then based on the results based in a sort of larger group than not only the respondees, if they concurred with the outcomes of the survey that you conducted?
Yeah, well, definitely, this was quite a nice exercise. We would have expected, more answers, despite the fact that the survey was disseminated largely, not only through the trades, but also by EMA to academia, and also via LinkedIn. I mentioned that although we received just a limited number of responses, there were, more than 1,000 people that looked at the survey. Mm-hmm. So clearly showing interest, curiosity about this, and showing that there's definitely the need to raise awareness and to show the value of such interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solange. Then I would like to thank you, and I will move on to the third and last speaker of today, and I will come back to you in the panel discussion.
Thank you.
So, the third speaker will be Nathalie Signoret, and she will talk about public-private funded projects and the landscape. And Nathalie is a senior scientific project manager at the Innovative Medicines Initiative and responsible for the coordination and management of projects within the scientific team. And before she joined IMI in 2011, she was a scientific administrator at the EMA, where Nathalie also first gained experience in the centralized procedures and other activities related to the evaluation marketing authorization applications. And Nathalie, I'm looking forward to hear your talk about the IMI projects, HI projects, and in relation to also the qualification procedure.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And again, first of all, thank you, Marion and Volk, for having invited me to this important workshop and giving me the opportunity to present the perspective from a public-private partnership and giving some experience, not based on survey, but some experience of what we hear and what we have seen, and to see from these learnings to contribute to the discussion later today and to see what we could facilitate for the transition to innovation to qualification. Next slide, please. So many of the projects that are funding under IMI, the Innovative Medicine Initiative, and now the new partnership, the Innovative Health Initiative, aim at the development of novel technologies that will be relevant for the development, evaluation, use of medicine, vaccine, and actually now with IHI even broader than that in health innovation in a wide context. And therefore, the project generates in a pre-competitive way a result that may influence the regulatory decision-making and advance the regulatory science. And so some example of this novel methodology include biomarkers, endpoint, digital endpoint, PROs, modeling, etc. If we move to the next slide, you will see that over the years between IMI 1 and IMI 2, we have reached only 2 qualification opinion issued, one for the proactive patient-reported outcome tools in COPD, and the other one for the PREFER in the framework for patient preference studies. So that one can say it's not a lot with the number of projects that we have been funding, but we hope to have more since most of the projects of IMI 2 are still ongoing. But we do have a number of letters of support that have been issued, and if we go to the next slide, we can see some of the promising tools that have been issued a letter of support from response composite measure to clinical endpoint, master protocol, digital endpoints, biomarker. And if we go to the next slide, that are some from earlier IMI 1 project on biomarker, safety biomarker, and a number of letter of support issued to the EMs in autism. If we go to the next slide, just said that for us, obviously, funding the research, it's very important to have this procedure, and we very much welcome the qualification procedure because it's a way to have the recognition that the tool and methodology developed by the consortia have a robustness that can be used by others and the whole community, and can be really recognized as a quality in use in a regulatory context. It's important to see that a lot of our projects that even if they haven't reached yet a letter of support or qualification have already initiated interaction and already had or have ongoing qualification advice. And many as well have started the interaction through Innovation Task Force. A number of consortium opted to have an EMA advice procedure, qualification advice procedure with FDA and or HTA as observer. And we do have as well a number of projects that in parallel or subsequently, yes, with the FDA in order to have as well some conversation using either the critical path innovation meeting or going through the qualification biomarker program. And just mention that we have under IMI 3 projects that have already some letter of intent accepted, because I think it's important to remember that the acceptance letter is quite informative because it gives already in the public domain quite a lot of information about and recommendation about the proposed context of use, the analytical method, the statistical consideration, and the clinical consideration. So this is quite informative from an external viewpoint. If we move to the next slide, since the inception of IMI and will continue in IHI, the office has raised the awareness of consortia for the importance of regulatory engagement in order to really maximize the impact of the result generated. Now we look back at some of the projects, and with the help of the critical path, we had an analysis to see whether some of the projects that are already ended could actually have some data that could be somehow still have a potential regulatory impact, and therefore what it will require in order that we reach or we start engaging and maybe arrive at a step of letter of support or qualification. So this exercise looked mostly at the IMI1 project, and this is important because the IMI1 project were more looking at the early product life cycle compared to the IMI2 that are a bit more focused on looking at the later stage of the product life cycle. But the key findings are still really relevant because one issue that has been noted is that often or in most of the cases, there is no defined context of use from the start of the project. And there was no real consideration if the data would be intended to be used for regulatory purposes. So without having a defined context of use, not necessarily knowing it's more like in the middle of the project that some thought that maybe it could be used, then obviously there was no clear, robust regulatory strategy from the start. The data management plan was not necessarily tailored to the specific regulatory objective. The regulatory expertise was often missing from the consortium. And of course, there was no necessary consideration that what could be done after the project in order to pursue some of this data generation. If we go to the next slide, now we'll just bring some reflection. And here, contrary to what Solange and Torsten have presented, this is not based on survey. This is more based on what we have here, what we see from the consortium and their learnings, and try to put together some reflection. One important aspect is first the value of the qualification. There is still a misunderstanding on what is really the qualification and why is it beneficial and why a consortium in a way working on developing methodology should go through this exercise. So while the process is often very well presented on how it works, it's more like the principle behind and why is it important to have that may be missing and for which there is still a need to raise the awareness. And this shouldn't be undermined because it's really a complex process, and that's we hear a lot. And of course, when we are working in a large consortium, where we do have stakeholders representing industry, patient organizations, small and medium-sized enterprise, academics, group hospitals, everybody needs to understand why it is important, because everybody needs to be on board, work towards it, and remain engaged in the project. So if there is no misunderstanding, it's very complicated, especially if it's complex, to really drag everybody to pursue this objective. The timing, this is again very important to really understand when is the best timing to start interacting. We do have some projects who go first for an ITF before going to qualification advice. Some receive at the ITF level the recommendation to go to the advice, but then they felt that there was too early, no data, and therefore never went to the qualification advice afterwards. So it's always the balance to find that you need to go start early in order to discuss already the plan and then to have the iteration when you get the data. But this timing things is not necessarily well understood. Now, the efforts and the evidence required for the qualification, I think there is often a kind of underestimation of the work that it implies, and probably some consortia might be very optimistic or may not think that the effort that it will require to arrive to that stage, and therefore may be a bit surprised. The length of the procedure, obviously the procedure has a length, but we do have in our project a limited duration as well. So it's how we reconcile the duration of a project with the length of the procedure, because obviously the project and the consortium needs to continue to work while waiting for the input and the advice on their strategy or on the plan of the study they want to do. So this is often a difficulty. We even had a consortium telling us whether we could stop the clock of the project, waiting for the advice to arrive, but obviously we cannot. So we need to reconcile all that. And for sure, for us, having a limited duration of project, like typically 5 to 6 years, is very ambitious to envisage to arrive at a qualification by the time of the end of the project. The prioritization, most of our projects are broad and develop several tools in parallel, and therefore it's important as well to understand which one to prioritize, which one should really go for the qualification advice opinion, rather than some that may not go, and how to make this prioritization. Maybe that should be a joint discussion between the regulators and the consortia, because it's probably something that on both sides will be helpful to understand where is the best place to put the effort on. But the prioritization is as well very important, because obviously we cannot encourage all our projects to go to the ITF or to qualification advice. Otherwise, there will be too many, and then we risk having a resources issue that we won't have enough resources both at consortia level, but as well at the regulatory agency level, that won't be feasible to accept all consortia projects to come and to discuss with you. And of course, the expertise, often it's underestimated as well, the breadth of expertise that is needed in order to pursue for the qualification. The cost, this is still something that's well important for us. Of course, our project have a set defined budget that they have to work with. And from the start, you don't necessarily know how many procedures you will have, how many iterations you will go. And on the top of it, this is an issue for us. Our consortia is not a legal entity, and therefore someone has to apply. And not all consortia have an SME in order to get the fee reduction. The communication, so that's really something that is important. Once the methodology is qualified, how is it communicated? How is it known in the outside world? Because obviously, if we put all the effort in order to ensure that everybody can use and the scientific community can use this tool, if it's not known, then we not reach the expected impact. And that leads to the next point about the uptake of the qualified methodologies, because obviously the effort that is done, again, it's hard to know sometimes if they are really used. And for sure for us, it will be very nice to know, because, for instance, the proactive tool, it's very hard to see if it has been already used many times in support of marketing authorization application. And this is important to show really the impact that the effort and the work done within public-private partnership and the research funding, how it helps really to impact the development, approval, life cycle in terms of length, efficiency, cost, and whether we have achieved the objective per se. And the next couple of points, if we go to the next slides, that of course, even if we have quite some experience now with the procedure, it's still very important to share the practices, the experience. Some of our projects have started to publish their experience, but I think the work and the experience from regulators is as well very valuable to avoid some of the pitfalls for future consortia of things that have been seen in the past. Now, one thing is that, again, considering the limitation in duration of our project, we probably anticipate that most of them will arrive at the stage of the letter of support. We probably won't go to the qualification, but will the letter of support lead at a certain point to the qualification? That would be, of course, the ideal situation. But for the projects that are ending, of course, we need to find who will continue this work. And what would be quite nice to understand when the letter of support is issued is how far we are from the next step to get the qualification. And finally, since we have started new partnership, which is more cross-sectoral and looking more at health technologies beyond the medicines development, obviously, for us will be very important on our consortia to understand more how will be the interplay between the different regulations, the different regulators, and really where do we start and when, in order to ensure that we can find an easy path in order to have the support and reach a qualification. I will stop here and be very happy to answer any question and look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathalie, for this this beautiful overview of the IMI IHI project. There was a question posted in Slido, but maybe you already give a little bit the answer in your presentation later on. So how do you explain the relatively low number of qualifications from IMI projects? Is it mostly explained by inadequate or late consultation of the EMA? On the other hand, that's what you were already mentioning. You also indicated that it may be also ambitious by the timing of the project, that frequently like 5-year projects. So could you answer the question?
Yeah, so maybe actually there is no single answer to the question. First of all, for sure, the project under IMI 1, they are not necessarily targeting this regulatory objective from the start. So this can explain that some of them actually didn't have that as the sole purpose. Now with IMI 2, indeed there were definitely more this concept, but I think again, and I think this is important to flag that there is probably an underestimation of the work that it takes to arrive at the qualification. So even if we do have large consortium with ambitious project, it will be very challenging within the 5 to 6 years to really arrive at that level. And I think this is something that is probably not necessarily known by consortium from the start. So they all started to interact, or maybe not all of them, but all the ones that are relevant have started to and initiated to engage. So we will arrive at the end of all the IMI 2 projects somewhere. We hope that there will be a little bit more qualification, but we might not arrive at a massive number of qualification. I know that one project recently submitted for qualification opinion, but the data were not sufficient enough in order to issue an opinion, and therefore was reverted to a qualification advice. So I think this is something that needs to be known as well in the community, scientific community, that it's not an easy task to do. It's not like just doing maybe a
Yeah, thank you, Nathalie. And I received another question, and which is also a little bit related. So I think it would also be good to ask it now, because you said with the IMI 2 project, we pay more attention also to those regulatory aspects. And I'm aware that the EMA or, for instance, the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board or other national agencies are also involved in some of the IMI and IHI projects. So do you specifically stimulate those involvement of those regulatory agencies, and how do you consider the additional value of having those on board from the start?
So there are two things to distinguish: having the regulators part of the consortium versus, I think, engagement from the start with regulators. That doesn't mean that the regulators need to be part of the consortium. The consortium composition is really left to the consortium in a way, so we don't impose. Obviously, in some cases, it would make sense. So looking at the activities or looking at the objective of the project, a consortium may think that indeed I should have the regulators part of my consortium. But then, of course, there are all the issue about conflict of interest. In the past, our scientific committee of IMI 2 issued a paper to really distinguish what's the role of regulators as part of a consortium versus then engaging through the formal procedure to get the proper feedback formally.
Yeah.
So, but the engagement, in any case, we have tried really to encourage this engagement using the opportunities offered by the agencies like the ITF, the briefing meeting, the qualification advice, because most of the time it's very relevant to the project objective to have this early engagement to ensure that we are in the right track.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Natalie, and also what you explained, this difference between sort of the general interaction and the more formal procedures and the independent position that the agencies also have to take into account. Very well explained. I would like to thank you for now. And then, or actually, we're going to the panel discussion. So if you would like to keep on your camera, and would like to invite also Anna and Solange back, and also Cécile, Olivier, Ralph Harold, and Jean-Luc. And first of all, would like to introduce Cécile Olivier, who is an additional member to the panel discussion, and she is the Managing Director Europe of CPAF, and has been working for CPAF for 2 years. Since August 2022, she is the Managing Director. And she has also experience at the EMA, working previously as a pediatric scientific officer for quite some time at the EMA. And Cécile would be looking forward to, in the beginning of this panel discussion, your few-minute statements of your points regarding this session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the organizer for the invitation today to share also our reflection and experience on the qualification procedure at the Critical Path Institute. Maybe in a few words, the Critical Path Institute is a non-profit organization which was established almost 20 years ago in the US in collaboration with the FDA in order to develop innovative tools and methodologies that are fit for regulatory purposes. And to date, in Europe, with the EMA, the Critical Path Institute has filed regulatory procedure with the qualification that has led to the 9 qualification opinion and also 9 letter of support that have been issued. There is a similar number of regulatory successes in the US and also some experience with qualification procedure in Japan as well. And before going into the reflection, I really would like to share Natalie's points that have been presented around the challenges that are faced into moving from translation to qualification opinion. It's not an easy process. However, from our experience with the European procedure, we very much welcome EMA opportunity to engage on the topic and also to look at options to enhance the existing procedure, which has quite a lot of advantages as well and have as benefit, for example, a single entry point in order to engage with the regulatory system, which really simplify regulatory pathways, which can also add an extra layer of complexity when you have several options for regulatory pathways, particularly in the context of broadening the uptake of the procedure and have more stakeholders being engaged. To have a single entry point is very much welcome. Therefore, also what we have noticed since the beginning of the qualification procedure is that as mentioned in previous presentations, there is also the evolution of science and technology that broaden the scope of the qualification procedure, that impact the type of stakeholders and disciplines that needs to be engaged also in the filing of this procedure. And that's not something to be underestimated because, as mentioned by previous speakers, the regulatory expertise needed to engage in this type of procedure leading to an opinion are quite complex and require to really align the different disciplines on key regulatory research questions. Therefore, it's important to maintain a procedure that is easily accessible to different stakeholders, profile and disciplines which will evolve as science and technology evolve. We also would like to share some points to consider with regard to procedural aspects that have been mentioned in a previous presentation. It is really key to have iterative engagement with regulators early and regularly when aiming at a qualification opinion. It's very important to have upfront and early on regulatory and data strategies that are implemented over time and maintain a focus on answering key regulatory research questions. And the challenge is with some of the projects that are publicly funded is the time duration of this project, and Nathalie alluded to it, which maybe can be overcome the time issue by having projects or cluster of projects that are designed with continuum of regulatory milestone over time, which will be leading to either a qualification opinion or also allowing for the possibility to refine or broaden already granted or agreed context of use. We believe that maybe one of the aspects that was mentioned also by previous speaker is to enhance early engagement by having multidisciplinary experts meeting, maybe pre-submission meetings that are enhanced with extra skills and disciplines that are engaged earlier into the discussions, would allow to provide applicants which particularly do not have access to easily to regulatory support, to support them into the development and implementation of a regulatory strategy, and also would help to better plan a series of regulatory milestones leading to qualification opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Cécile. Then we go to the next panelist, and Ralph Herold, who is a Senior Scientific Officer in the Task Force Regulatory Science and Innovation at the EMA. Ralph, would you like to provide your short statements at the beginning of the panel discussion?
Yes, thanks very much, Marion. Good afternoon, all. So I want to talk about how qualifications are related to gaps in regulatory science. And we heard an overview, and there will be examples in the workshop, I think, that show how stakeholders and developers bring forward novel methodologies. You could say it's complementary to this that also we as regulators have identified with the regulatory science research needs a larger number of gaps in regulatory science that we would like to see filled so that we can improve regulating and developing and evaluating medicines and thus enable better access. It's a good year ago that we published these regulatory science research needs, and we're aware that some of these gaps can be addressed with desktop search and work, and it's still important to do this in a multi-stakeholder fashion to increase the quality and usefulness. Other of our research may require larger and well-funded projects to generate new data that is sufficiently informative to advance regulatory science. So from that perspective, I think a good portion of these results on these regulatory science research gaps can come forward with the novel methodology qualification. And that's an input that will come from this link that I explained. And in fact, we're actively promoting work on these various regulatory science research topics by contacting and seeking support from funders and funding organizations. And we also are supporting academic organizations to pick up these research gaps and bring in their input and results. And this includes also non-commercial organizations that are dedicated to research, which we all encompass as academic sector in our framework. We also plan to provide this year an update on these regulatory science research needs so that you can all see how the progress is happening. So in a first baseline summary, then this is how we are actively working to see the results of these gaps come to qualification as new methodologies. And at the same time, I'm aware that results of some other parts of our regulatory science research needs for these qualification may not be a suitable pathway. This could be questions that range from systematic reviews of what is the current state of the art and getting an understanding of regulatory hurdles that can be addressed. And I want to reassure you that even on these aspects, we at the EMA are still working to find and define pathways to use these results on the regulatory science gaps and to translate these results into progress in the regulatory system and research and development. So that leads me to conclude that, in fact, whatever the pathway is, the bigger picture and challenge that I see, that's actually that all stakeholders need to work more systematically towards such improved methods being widely used in all areas of health research. And that includes development and evaluation and use. And with that, I want to hand back over to you, Marion.
Thank you so much, Ralph, for these statements. And then to the last panelist, but certainly not least, Jean-Luc San, who is a scientific officer at the European Commission, DG RTD, and has been at the European Commission for over 20 years. Would you like to provide your short statement?
Thank you for the invitation.
For me, you're a little bit...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you can talk a little bit closer to the microphone, that would be great, yeah.
Yes. Now it's okay?
It's okay if you... Yeah.
Okay. My position in this discussion is a bit between what Ralph said and Natalie said, in fact, because we support research in health for knowledge and development and innovation, but also we support research for science. And so we have been in touch with EMA last year to discuss these needs for regulatory science, and this is something that is on our agenda. But also we have this translational research project that work on the identification of biomarker, potential development of biomarkers, development of tools and technologies for clinical trials. So this project should be aware of this process of qualification. And we have to say that very often we are not. I made a little search on those qualification, and I could identify the few IHI projects that Natalie mentioned, and another one or two projects from old framework programs, FP7 or H2020, which confirms that it takes time for our project to go through this process of qualification. However, we think that to move towards qualification, nonetheless, we need awareness, but we need to integrate the approach at earlier stage, otherwise there will be a waste of time. And so that's the reason why when we think it is necessary, we mention the necessity for the project, when we write the topics in the work program, the necessity for the project to approach the European Medicine Agency, and in some case to involve the European Medicine Agency. And I looked at the last work program, and I could identify about 10 topics for research where we specifically said you should involve the agency. Maybe one or two examples. One is on the development of data. It's a topic of 2023. Quality and utility label for the European health data space, which I think is something very important because the data is central, as it has been said. Or another one, which is on, we mentioned it for also the partnership of rare diseases. We mentioned it also for topic on modeling and simulation to address regulatory needs in the development of orphan and pediatric medicine. I will not go through the list, but it gives you an idea of the type of situation where we recommend the project to go ahead for qualification and start requesting advice from the agency. Over.
Thank you so much, Jean-Luc. Now I would like to sort of officially start the panel discussion. I'm doing it together with Falk. We're not sitting next to each other, so we are going to do it intermittently. And I will start with the first question, because I think it's an important one to have the context, because it's a clarifying question. It was previously asked, it's not clear to me yet whether one should seek for a scientific advice meeting or qualification for endorsement from the EMA for a novel novel technology to be used in a pivotal clinical trial to support marketing authorization application. I think, Ralph, would you like to comment on this question? Because I think it's important, the scientific advice, and whether the scientific advice specifically for qualification of a novel methodology.
Thank you, Marion. And it's a top question, I think, because it is also a question where every stakeholder have to identify what are the values of the regulatory engagement with regulators and using and then implementing advices and opinions. So I would invite also others to chime in on that question. And the value of the qualification advice and opinion is certainly the value can be transformative. It can lead to an acknowledgement and a wider use. It can certainly in the regulatory system, for which maybe I can speak best, then lead to the various actors in the regulatory system to take note of that qualified methodology and ask this being used by developers, make reference to it and use it as a benchmark. And this can really range from assessors who look at clinical trial authorization applications to assessors who look at marketing authorization and the various steps in between. So it is that value to provide a new marker of reference, and that allows us to attach and discuss proposed developments against that, I think is very important. And again, I would invite others in the panel to also see the values that they see for their respective stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Ralph. I think this is really one of the key questions here. Looking as well as our main hits, 18 likes and 13 likes, what is the value, what is the difference between scientific advice qualification? And coming back to our aims from the session as well, what is the impact? And I think as Ralph nicely outlined now, so it is very important to understand that opinions are published on our website. So they're open to any researcher globally to be used, and to be used in kind of development of medicines or developments related to medicines, having a major regulator having approved this kind of technology. So this is really the benefit. And you could argue, of course, this is the main benefit to public health, maybe more to the specific applicant. And I think here's maybe something we need to dwell a bit deeper on it. But I like to turn the questions, including this two on the screen right now, slightly around. So Natalie, you talked about the impact. And you said not all IMI research-funded projects, and maybe this, Cecile, is a question for you as well, should go to qualification. Now, the challenge would be, how do we choose the right ones? How do we choose in advance the ones that might have the biggest impact? Because to be, frankly speaking, from our side, it's a major investment as well from our scientific advice colleagues, scientific advice teams, to go through such a qualification. And we want to ensure we pick the ones with the biggest or likely biggest impact, I think, helping developers. So I don't know whether Natalie or maybe Cecile would like to further develop on the question, please.
Maybe I can just start by a little bit clarifying what I meant by that. Is because some of our projects may not have a clear regulatory objective, or maybe earlier in the life cycle, or maybe addressing something that might not be so much in the regulatory context, a tool that could be used. So that's why I said that maybe not all of projects should have, but many of them has a relevance somehow. And how indeed we identify those that should really go. And that, I think, it's a difficult discussion, because the consortium might not be in the best place to understand what the regulators need. On the other side, we cannot maybe push everybody to come to see you. But if in an ideal world, I think it should be a joint discussion, and maybe through either an ITF, either a pre-submission meeting. But I think this would be the place where to discuss what really should go, what shouldn't go. So I would tend to think that indeed we should encourage everybody to come when there is relevance, when there is regulatory relevance. As I said, some of our projects are doing something else that are definitely not in this context.
Thank you, Natalie. So first the question is what, and then the question is when, as well, I understand. So two very important take-home messages. Cecile, would you like to dwell on this as well? What to choose, how to choose, and when to choose?
Yeah, thank you, Falk. So from our experience, and I agree with what Natalie has said, some of these high unmet needs are identified by regulatory agencies as maybe white spot, and the need for stimulations of innovation in some of the areas facing challenges because diseases are not well characterized or encourage data sharing, and there is the need to have a steer from regulators to bring innovation in these areas. And some others might come from patient groups or industries themselves. And I think what is important is really to identify the research question and whatever this, and I think the Jean-Luc San from the Commission mentioned it, like not all research is going to translate into regulatory needs, and it's really important to differentiate from that. Is it a research question that is of benefit to research, or is it a research question that is going to benefit regulatory agencies? And that's really a topic that consortia are not easily able to answer, because that's some aspects are more at policy level, and that's where something can be done upfront by synergizing research priorities and having multi-stakeholder discussions in order to identify what is the impact needed in some areas with unmet needs. I think that's where I would agree with Natalie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecile and Natalie. So I think, as Michael mentioned in the very beginning, how to identify needs. And we as European regulators, we don't actively put forward, we want to see drug in this direction. We say, okay, there's a need maybe like antimicrobial resistance or 3R methods, and I saw a question as well on this, and we come later to this. But we don't actively, like the WHO, for example, put out very clearly these are areas of unmet medical need or of high public interest, etc., where we want to invest. And maybe there's something as well for the focus group to consider, as we saw this already by Torsten presented in some of the feedback methods. Thank you very much. Marion, can I hand over to you for the next one?
Certainly. Cecile, you raise your hand to comment on what was previously indicated, or it's the legacy hand still?
Thank you, Marion, and sorry to add that, but just to complement what Falk has said, maybe sometimes it's not only about having more drugs, it's really about better disease characterization and developing tools that are going to help where drugs are being developed, but some hurdles are being faced, and how to unblock some of these challenges. So it's really how to stimulate the development of the tools that is more easily feasible in public-private partnership, for example. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this addition. And Jean-Luc, you also raise your hand?
Yes, it was just to complement this issue of the impact. Sometimes, as I said, we have topics where we clearly want to address a need for regulatory science and a need for methodologies. And if I take this topic on the modeling and simulation to address the need in development of orphan and pediatric medicine, it's clearly mentioned that we want to develop model-based approach that are advantages in small population and extrapolation tools for the robustness of the statistics. So in this case, if they succeed, I think it would be very interesting for the impact of the project to really go for qualification.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. Then would like to go to the next question, and I will choose the one that is rated highest in this case. So Tjitske van der Zande asked, is there a role opportunity for academia to request a qualification opinion on academic work to ensure increased implementation? Or is it limited to industries or public-private collaborations? And I already know that it is possible for academia to go for the qualification, advice, and opinion. But maybe, Anna, you would like to comment, because you have also looked at all those qualification opinions and advices, and also in the previous research together with Lisbeth Bakker on biomarker qualification. You may indicate also how frequently it was from academia or from public-private partnerships or from industry.
Yes, well, there is, of course, an opportunity for academia to also request a qualification opinion. However, in the research I have done, I have noticed that it has not been so frequent that someone from academia has requested it. Actually, most of it was requested from the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking, yeah. In the next report and publication, we will also publish the statistics, but this is just briefly. I would say that academia is still a bit underrepresented, I would say, in the applicants.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. And I think it would be also good to add, there was last year the STARS project, Strengthening Training for Regulatory Science for Academia, where the EMA was participating with 18 national agencies. There we conducted also surveys for academia if they were aware that it was possible to go for this qualification advice, and they were frequently not aware. So I think there's certainly also awareness that can be increased and raised, which may also raise then that more academics will go for this qualification advice or opinion. Ralph, would you like to comment? Would you like to add to this?
Yeah, just briefly, firstly, to thank for that question, because it is really true, as Anna obviously said, that we would like to recognize more the role of academia and are on a mission to assist and support results coming from academia. I already mentioned earlier that the regulatory science research needs gaps could be seen as an offer and as a wish that both academia and companies work on these topics. But let me just say that over the past years, we have been much more aware now that academia activities that are related to the development and use of medicines and health solutions are really so significant that we will increase and step up our support. So even if this question maybe implies also it's not quite sure if it fits into the scope and so on, we would be encouraging academia who are doing activities, development, use of medicines and so on, to just get in contact. And then we will find ways through the interaction of support and recognition. And here, I think it was mentioned how to increase impact. This is where there's an overlap. And therefore, I thank for the question and thanks for allowing me to say the broader scope is these interactions, and will coach and will provide input to academia colleagues as well, how they what's the best pathway for engaging with the regulators. Thanks for contacting us.
Thank you, Ralph, for this very important comment. Solange?
Yeah, well, thank you. Indeed, obviously, there's also value for academia. And of course, as you were saying, Marion, it's quite important to raise awareness so that they can understand how this can be used and what could be the value for the work they are doing. And of course, based on my personal experience through public-private partnership, definitely we've had more than once the opportunity to discuss with academia colleagues as part of the consortia. But of course, work has to be done beyond PPPs. And I have the opportunity, knowing my previous lives, I would say, to raise awareness among, academia through various channels, knowing that this is the opportunity not only for them to value their work, but in addition, as Ralph said, to fill gaps in needs. So this is quite important. So again, collaboration is key, and raising awareness is also quite important. Thank you.
Thank you, Solange. And I would like to add to this. In the STARS project, it was really about this bi-directional communication between regulators and academia. It's not only that academia can learn from regulators. Regulators can learn a lot from academia and the challenges that they're facing. So it's been really important also referencing to the regulatory science research needs that we learn from them and that expertise. So it's really an invitation to go to the EMA or to the national agencies, and we work together to help you and get in contact. With that, I would like to give the word back to Ralf. Falk. I was doing very well until now, but to Falk for the final, final minutes, final 6 minutes.
Thank you, Marion. Let's try to take one more question. So the highest rated now is due to the fee associated with the qualification advice/opinion. Are there methods of determining whether enough biomarker data has been published to pursue a qualification opinion? So basically, I understand the question as when is enough, or when are we ready for engaging with the regulator, if you wish so? Who would like to make a start here? When is the best time to engage with the regulator? What kind of data package should be there? Maybe again, Natalie or Cecile can make a start.
Do you want to go, Natalie?
You can go, Cecile.
Okay. No, I think this is a very important question because it also goes back to the point that we raised that it's quite a big commitment from a consortium to engage in regulatory activities. And to this question also enhance the fact that it's important to engage early, because the earlier you engage, the earlier you know how to build your package, how to implement this regulatory and data strategy. Because if you wait for too long to have enough to engage with the regulators, you will have enough data to put a dossier forward. However, the data package might not be fit for regulatory purposes, and the evidence that had been generated to that point might need to be generated again in different contexts with different standards and different evidentiary requirements. And that's why it's really key to the success to engage as early as possible with the regulators to avoid significant investments and having to do extra work to make the tool fit for regulatory purposes, which also delay the validation and qualification of these tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. And I think what we heard before as well is somehow an iterative process and procedure. And I hear, and I think we can confirm this here from the regulatory side, that as early as possible, there are different offerings, I think, from the agency to engage with you, starting with free of charge engagements up to, I think, the qualification opinion. And the earlier you talk to me, the better we together, I think, determine as well when is the best time, when is the data package ready to progress. Natalie, please.
Well, of course, with the procedure, and we have seen over the past presentation that already we cover a number of different tool methodologies. So obviously, there is not one package. It depends very much, I suppose, of which tool we are targeting to. However, I would somehow turn the question more to you, whether there could be some more guidance to applicants to more understand what is considered as a strong and robust data package to start or to think that we have sufficiently enough data to come for the opinion. For sure, we need to have this interaction, but I think some consortium, and I talk about consortium, but I'm pretty sure that it's quite a lot of people may not have the full understanding of what it entails at the end of the day. So even if we go for the iteration, even if we discuss the plan, what really it requires to arrive at this data set that will be regulatory accepted. So maybe there are some points that can be extracted from all the procedure that you have seen to give a bit more guidance that could help for everybody externally to have this in mind from the start.
Thank you, Natalie. Message taken. Okay, we are close now to the end of our session. There's 3 last questions on the screen. I think I'd like to take them very briefly because I think it's very nice that people, our colleagues, came forward with these questions. To the first one, FDA Modernization Act 2.0. So we understand this is mainly on the animal testing and the 3 Rs. And here I think we can proudly present that we did a lot in this respect. We put it as a priority from the agency. We offer extra love, if you wish, so in terms of seeing such developments at any stage of such developments, and of course trying to push them as well into indeed qualification opinions, because this is something very, very high on the agenda from the regulator. We activated our working party on 3Rs, and we have very nice collaboration with the FDA on this one, and we're looking forward really to work together with you with this respect. On the next one, how many opinions ended up in the content of EMA relevant guidelines? I think it's a very good question, very tricky question. And maybe another research project. I think it will be very difficult for us to make a statement as such, but certainly some of them, especially the ones who take a lot of regulatory thinking, will end up somehow in guidance, maybe in question and answer or in softer guidances like reflection paper, etc. But certainly an interesting project to be followed up. Here again, the more research in terms of what will have the biggest impact would help, because then, of course, where's the biggest impact we want to draft guidelines, or maybe shorter lived documents like question and answer, because guidelines sometimes take a lot of time to write, and once they're published, maybe they're not most outdated anymore. Coming to the last one, here is the question concerning conflict of interest. And here I must say, from personal opinion, I think the lines are very visible. And for me, this is a very personal opinion, so please don't bring it into connection with the EMA, but we can't sometimes even overdo it with the conflict of interest, because if there's a very specific topic, and as we heard before, it is very difficult to find experts at all for these kind of qualification opinions as well as scientific advices. So I think we have a very, very thoughtful procedure where we really check the conflict of interest of any participant, anybody who sees any confidential data. So here, I must admit, I think we as regulators do quite a lot to ensure there's no conflict of interest. And with this, I think 1 minute overdue. Thank you very much to all the participants, to all the speakers, to all the chairs, and to the organizers for inviting us here today. And I understand I have the pleasure to invite you for a 5-minute coffee break. See you back at 55.
So welcome back after your coffee break. It's now my pleasure to open the second session on patient, observer, and clinician-reported outcomes as key elements of patient-centered medicines development. Just briefly, again, reminding you of the housekeeping rules, that this is a live broadcast, that we kindly ask you to submit questions via Slido, mentioning also your name, so we may be able during the Q&A even to ask you to contribute on the WebEx. That you please like the questions that you feel are most important so we can prioritize. And with that, I'm very happy to introduce the co-chairs of this second session. First, Elmar Schabel, who is a senior assessor at the Federal Institute of Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany and a member of the EMA Scientific Advice Working Party. And helping him and being co-chair is Andreas Kirisitz, Senior Medical Assessor in the Department of Clinical Assessment of Safety and Efficacy of the Austrian Medicines and Medical Device Agency, AGES, and member of the EMA's Scientific Advice Working Party. And with that, over to you, Elmar and Andreas, please.
Yeah, thank you, Thorsten, for the introduction. Now, may I ask for the introductory slide, based on which I would like to give a quick overview of what we're about to do in the next session. So this being session 2, I think we're in the comfortable position to build on what has been done during session 1, which was mainly concerned with scoping of the qualification methodology platform, and the experiences that we will now bring onto the table are informed by a number of stakeholders that we've involved. So our session will be twofold, pretty much along the same organization lines as the previous one. We will start with 3 talks for which we have invited 3 speakers, followed by a panel session, pretty much as you've done with the previous session. We will start with a presentation by Elizabeth Rum. Speakers will be introduced in more detail later on, but just to give a quick overview, who will speak on the development of a PRO for upper limb function in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. After that, we will get an update from EULA, how PROs are qualified for rheumatology studies from Robert Landewey, and finally, there will be the regulatory perspective on PROM development and respective interface with the qualification platform presented by Elmar Schabel. After that, there will be a panel session for which we will be joined by 3 additional panelists. Again, these will be introduced later on and expand the group by HTA, clinometric, and industry perspective. The topics for subsequent panel will be diverse. There will be a separate slide set to present them, but there will be an initial item for which we will ask all of the panelists to contribute, which will particularly focus on the optimization of the qualification platform as the main goal. And then time permit, again, as you've seen, the interaction of the audience was quite lively, so we need to reserve some time for that as well, how to potentially tool triage and how to integrate the diverse views of the different stakeholders, given that all share a common goal of workgroup qualification and meaningful PROM development. If there are questions emerging on the slides, on the presentations that we're about to hear, I think we will decide in the background whether or not to bring them up immediately, potentially for the speakers, or whether we can relegate them to be taken later on during the panel. With that, I would like to hand over and thank Elizabeth Rum, who is the chair of the World Duchenne Organization and also the director of the Duchenne Parent Project of the Netherlands, to give her a talk. Thank you very much.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me for this meeting on the qualification, and more specific here on the qualification of PROMs. And my name is Elizabeth Rum. I'm the president of the Dutch Duchenne Parent Project and the chair of the World Duchenne Organization. Can I have the next slide, please? So Duchenne muscular dystrophy, as some of you might know, is a progressive disease. It starts in childhood. The muscle breakdown, it's mainly boys because it's X-linked. They stop walking between 10 and 12. Their lungs and their heart are also getting involved. And so ultimately the disease is fatal. Next, please. So the outcome measures, when we started clinical trials in the Duchenne field, the preferred outcome measure was the 6-minute walk test. However, the vast majority of Duchenne patients is non-ambulant. And the 6-minute walk test itself, whether you walk a little bit more or less in 6 minutes, was not something patient could relate to as making a big difference other than slowing down the progression of the disease. But it was clear that we needed an outcome measure for non-ambulant patients, and preferable one we could already start in the younger children and use on a longer trajectory. Interestingly, the boys themselves said walking is highly overrated. Next slide, please. So we then went back to really start as what is relevant to the boys and to the patient, what they really would like to get out of a treatment, what is most important to keep or what's most important to improve. We interviewed boys from 4 different countries, European countries, and interestingly, they all said exactly the same, even though their age was not the same and the face. They said, being able to put my arms on the table. So when I go with a wheelchair to the table, being able to put my hands on the table means I can still use a computer, brush my teeth, feed myself, drink something. So with this very clear message from the patient themselves, we started to develop an outcome measure. Not yet a PROM. The first was the performance of upper limb, which is more a motor outcome measure. And then as second, we did a pool PROM. So a PROM was recording and asking about the same functions, mainly arm function. Thank you. Next slide, please. So what did we do? It was a working group consisting of neurologists, rehabilitation doctors, physiotherapists, patients, patient themselves, and also not only their organization, and also industry representatives were there. It was funded by the patient organization, and it was created a pool functional outcome measure. And meanwhile, we're into pool 2.0 because has been made some modifications since the beginning. And we also created the PROM pool, which was done with the help of several really specialists in this field, which were very good in rash analysis and so on. It was validated, and the outcome measure, the PROM, is owned by the patient organization. Next slide, please. So what we thought was important and relevant is through the whole process involve the patient, which is called in development of other things co-creation. And that's what we did here as well. This is a young man with Duchenne who was instrumental in the development. Next, please. So we published first the development of the performance of the upper limb module, and well, it's easy to find. This will be online, so you can find it and look for the paper. And secondary, when we did the PROM, we also published this. Probably you could show the next slide. And that is development of patient-reported outcome measures for upper limb function in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So the DMD upper limb PROM. Again, you see the name of key opinion leaders and patient representatives. The next slide, please. And from this paper, this is so far the focus of trials had been put on the ambulant stage of the disease. Extensive research had been done on the clinical feasibility and psychometric properties of the 6-minute walk test, North Star ambulatory assessment, and the time function test. However, with longer trials and post-marketing requirements, there is a need for outcome measures encompassing different stages of the disease. Next slide, please. So the next step, therefore, was to invest in developing this outcome measure to describe the disease progression in the upper limb from early ambulant stages over transition stages to the non-ambulant stage. So these would allow a better understanding of disease evaluation and efficacy of interventions throughout the lifespan. So this was a starting point to start this outcome measure. So next slide, please. So the aim was to develop a patient-reported outcome measures assessing upper limb function related to the activities of daily life that cannot be observed in a clinical setting, specifically for patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy across a wide age range applicable in the different stages of the disease. So then the next slide, is the method. So the developmental process was based on the US FDA guidelines. This included item generation from a systemic review of existing tools and expert opinion on task difficulty and relevance involving individuals with DMD. The cultural aspects affecting activities of daily life were taken into consideration to make this tool applicable to the broad DMD community. Items were selected in relation to a conceptual framework reflecting disease progression, covering the full range of upper limb function across different ADL domains. Next, please. So what were the results? After pilot testing and the rash analysis, redundant or clinically irrelevant items were removed. So the final questionnaire consists of 32 items covering 4 domains of activities of daily life: food, self-care, household and environment, and then leisure and communication. And the retest reliability was excellent. Next slide, please. So the interpretation is that a DMD-specific upper limb was developed on the basis of clinical relevance and psychometric robustness. Its main purpose is to document the patient's self-reported natural history of DMD and assess the efficacy of intervention. Next slide, please. So here you can see all the different steps. This is part of the paper I mentioned earlier, all the steps, how this PROM was kind of set up. It started with the development of a conceptual framework reflecting the disease progression and functional decline in Duchenne, with input from a broad array of stakeholders. And then we did a systematic and official and critical review of the existing questionnaires that included items related to upper limb function and so on. I won't go through all of them, but please note that halfway you also see that involvement of male children and adults with DMD and their families were included along the whole line. Next slide, please. So when it was developed, the psychometric techniques confirmed its unidimensionally internal consistency and retest reliability. And the involvement of different stakeholders guaranteed the clinical relevance of the tools. Next, please. So the participants in this whole let's say, journey, it was really a journey together, where the medical doctors, the researchers, the physiotherapists, the clinicians working with patients with Duchenne, but also representatives from the patients, from the advocacy groups, and also from industry. Next slide, please. So the questionnaire is recommended from 7 years onward. It can be completed by the individual themselves or his parent or caregivers. For the younger children, it's recommended that the caregivers do it. And it's used in clinical trials as exploratory and secondary outcome measures, as you can find the trials on clinicaltrial.gov. Natural history studies, it was involved but also in care. So some universities are looking also into the care, involvement of care and the results of care on the arm function in Duchenne men. So next, please. So recently, and there's a paper just submitted, but there's a correlation. We have looked at the correlation of the outcomes between the functional outcome measure and the PROM, where we found correlation, but I can't say too much about it as the paper is not yet accepted and published. So next slide, please. So the translation, we translated it in many languages, even including Russian, Korean, but we all did this according to the guidelines for translation and the principle of good practice, like these were set up by the ISPOR task force for translating and cultural adaptation. Next slide, please. So after this outcome measure was developed, there were several publications of people describing how it was used, how it could be used, and how it's part of studies. So in this case, this was a paper about the unmet therapeutic needs of non-ambulant patients, and they looked at different outcome measures, and this outcome measure was really kind of recommended. That's a strange word maybe, but it says that it really could be used as a patient-centric measure that accounts for the needs of later stage Duchenne patients. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, we did the standardization, the validation, the translation, not only for language, but also the cultural adaptation. We have not been, and that is of course the subject of this meeting today, into the qualification procedure. There's no trademark. There is a licensing which is free for academics and similar institutions, and for commercial use, there's a small fee to use this. So the next slide, please. And now the questions for today for discussion. What is the added value of qualification of a PROM? And then with that comes the question, is the current qualification process fit for purpose for PROMs? It's a lengthy process. It needs a lot of resources, also human resources to do it. And then for which context of use you could ask for qualification, or should a lighter procedure be considered, comparable to what is now till the letter of support? And is patient relevance and input qualified in the qualification process? Because after all, that's what you want with a PROM, that you are able to capture the things which are relevant for the patient. So with this, I want to, next slide is a thank you. I want to thank you for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Froome. for this presentation and well, the well-taken points. I think especially your last slide will be relevant for our panel discussion, and we will come back to that. There is currently no question in the Slido panel, so I think it's most appropriate to move forward and ask Dr. Robert Landewey to give his presentation. Dr. Landewey is a professor of rheumatology at Amsterdam University. He also works in the Department of Rheumatology in Zuiderland Medical Center in Heerlen. And he is specialized, let's say, in axial spondyloarthritis, where he is also acting as an expert within the European Alliance of Associations of Rheumatology, the EULAR, to get this abbreviation also fully spelled out. And he was also involved in the development of a PRO, and he will at least partly talk also on this. Dr. Landewey, please.
Thank you, Elmer. I hope I don't have obscure time mechanisms in my slides, so please wait till I say next slide and all will be good and in time, I hope. I skipped the first slide, go immediately to the second one. Next one, please. In order to tell you what Elmer has just told you, namely what EULAR is, European League Against Rheumatism, reflecting approximately 50 professional organizations all across Europe and a little bit beyond European borders, that you can consider the European professional organization of rheumatology. Apart from that, I was past chair and executive committee member of the ASOS organization. ASOS stands for Assessment in Spondyloarthritis International Society, and it comes back a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are not from rheumatology, and I suppose or suspect that is the majority of the people listening to this webinar, I will give you a scheme course of rheumatology. It actually is about chronic inflammatory diseases involving joints, bone, spine, and other organs in the body. The prototype of the disease that we diagnose and treat in the context of rheumatology is the disease rheumatoid arthritis, and everybody has some idea about rheumatoid arthritis and what it is. Structural damage or joint destruction is actually the hallmark of rheumatoid arthritis and many other diseases in the context of rheumatology. Next slide, please. So when we are talking about outcomes in rheumatology, it's actually very good to make a distinction between subjective information and more objective information. And subjective information, as everybody can understand, is pain and stiffness and fatigue, physical function, quality of life, etc. And the more objective information comes from the assessment of joint swelling, usually by an assessor, not self-reported, or information coming from imaging, for instance, inflammation that can be seen on imaging, acute phase reactants, with that I mean the biomarkers in the blood like CRP or erythrocyte sedimentation rate, and obviously damage that can be shown on imaging. An important problem in rheumatology is that we usually have more than 100 different assessments available. Some are unidimensional, some are very multidimensional, and these assessments include a variety of different prompts that could all be applied in the assessment and the measurement of the outcome in rheumatology. Next slide, please. And that was the reason, actually, in 1992, to start with an initiative that some of you may have heard about, which is the OMERACT initiative. It stands for Outcome Measures in Rheumatology. And the aim of OMERACT is to develop core domain sets, those domains that are important enough to measure, for instance, in clinical trials, but also in studies across rheumatology. And when you have the core domain sets, to prioritize instruments that are considered valid enough to be used in clinical trials or in clinical research. Next slide. So the working tool, so to say, from the OMERACT organization is what we call the OMERACT filter. It has been set out in a template that is shown here in a paper in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology almost 10 years ago. And what is important here is to realize that in the entire OMERACT process, clinicians as well as patients play a very important role. And then obviously there are the researchers, the epidemiologists and the methodologists. There is pharma representation, and also regulators are always invited to the OMERACT processes, although I have to say that they will not always attend. Next slide. So the working tool is the OMORECT filter, and that contains three elements: the element of truth, the element of discrimination, and the element of feasibility. And you should apply these kind of things to measurement instruments. Truth pertains to things like, is the measure really truthful? Does it measure what is intended? And it actually resembles the topics of face validity, construct validity, content validity, probably things that you are very familiar with. Discrimination means, does the measure discriminate between states of interest? So for instance, does it discriminate between placebo and active drug in a randomized controlled trial? It also includes components of sensitivity to change and reliability of the measurement instrument. And then we have the very important topic of feasibility, or can the measure be applied easily? Easily in terms of time spent, but also in terms of money. Are the results interpretable to the audience that should be able to interpret it, etc.? Next slide, please. Well, one of the important deliverables of this OMORECT process is, for instance, the ACR 20, 50, 70 response criteria in the disease rheumatoid arthritis. They've been developed now more than 30, 40 years ago, and it's actually more or less an index with different components, 7 different components, and you see them on the left side of the panel: tender joint count, number of swollen joint or swollen joint counts. There's a few patient-reported outcomes like patient global assessment of disease activity on a visual analog scale, but also pain and HAQ score, which is a score for function. And then there is a physician assessment, and there is a biomarker, in this case, CRP. And for a different presentation, I sort of rated the content of the ACR 2050 response criteria from entirely subjective to entirely objective, and it is very good to realize over here that these response criteria are approximately 60 to 70% subjective, either subjective from the perspective of the patient or with a subjective element from the perspective of the assessor. And there's actually only one independently measured biomarker here, which is called CRP. Next slide, please. And then across, over all those years, across the different trials, you see these ACR 20, 50, 70 response criteria published. They've been developed by professionals and patients. They've been validated and endorsed by the previous OMORECT process, the score set measures, and they have, importantly, been approved by regulatory agencies across the world as primary endpoints for phase 2 and 3 randomized controlled trials. It was actually avant la lettre. It was before that qualification process was in place. And as said already, it allows you comparability across trials during many decades, which is a big advantage, so to say. Next slide. Then we have a different disease, which is called axial spondyloarthritis. And not many of you will be familiar with the disease, but the doctors in the audience will recognize the term Bechterev's disease, which is a chronic spinal disease with a debut in young adolescent people, primarily males, but also females. And it is characterized by chronic inflammation of the spine, leading in approximately 10% of the patients, so a minority, but still, to what is called bamboo spine. And you see an example of bamboo spine on the right lower part of the slide. Bony spurs, which are actually preceding the bamboo spine, occur far more frequently, approximately in 30% of the patients. Next slide. Speaking in terms of outcomes of the disease, axial spondyloarthritis, which encompasses an entire spectrum, you can distinguish direct effects and later effects. So the direct effects are the effects of the inflammation per se, such as pain and stiffness and fatigue, but also immediate functional impairment. You can envision that. And the outcomes that occur far later, the stiff spine, think of bamboo spine, but don't forget the comorbidities due to chronic inflammation that cause all sorts of comorbidities in terms of, for instance, atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease. And then the outcomes like job loss, remind that it is younger people that are affected, and obviously interference with quality of life. Next slide, please. So the assessment of spondyloarthritis is an organization that I already briefly introduced to you, which is actually a sort of OMORECT spin-off, an OMORECT lookalike, established in 1995 with the aim to develop and update a core domain set for axial spondyloarthritis and to prioritize the instruments to assess these domains in studies in order to achieve some homogeneity in these studies. Because also for ankylosing spondylitis or axial spondyloarthritis, more or less synonymous, we had more than 120 different outcome measures available in those early days in the 1990s. Next slide, please. So similarly, as compared to the rheumatoid arthritis example that I showed you a couple of minutes ago, we also have a response measure for axial spondyloarthritis to be used as primary outcome measure in this disease, which is called ASAS-40 response. And as you can see here, the level of subjective information or information collected by PROMS is even more subjective than in the disease rheumatoid arthritis. It goes up to 100% patient-reported information that sort of assesses whether a patient has responded to a drug or not. Next slide. So we assess symptoms using PROMS, we assess physical functions in this disease using PROMS, and we assess quality of life, generic and disease-specific, assessed as PROs, and it is safe to say that more than 75% of all the outcomes that we collect in this disease, axial spondyloarthritis, is more or less patient-reported. Next slide. So when you look at quality of life, we already have for a long time the so-called ankylosing spondylitis. I said again, ankylosing spondylitis is more or less synonymous to axial spondyloarthritis. The AS quality of life, or AS-QOL. That was an instrument that was around. It was a disease-specific quality of life instrument to be used solely in patients with axial spondyloarthritis, developed and validated by researchers from a company which was called Galen Research. And it is a well-known company, and on their website they say that they are trusted by health professionals such as the EMA, which is probably true. However, it is a for-profit organization, and users have to pay for the use of the AS-QOL questionnaire. And in the bylaws of ASAS, as well as in those of OMERACT, it is said actually two things: that, first of all, professionals and patients should be in the lead when developing a disease-specific instrument or a PROM. And then second, very important, at least in our eyes, instruments should be free for use. Next slide. And that exactly was the reason that the ASAS organization decided in 2015 to develop their own index, which is called ASAS Health Index, based on the ICF, the International Classification of Function and Disability and Health, which is, as you know, the WHO's framework for measuring health and disability. Next slide. And I will spare you the details of the developmental process of ASAS Health Index, but we came up with a questionnaire including 17 items, completely free of redundancy, based on qualitative interviews, according to fundamental measurement principles as mentioned before. We did extensive PRO mapping, so that there is some analogy with the utility-based measures. We had many translations had been validated over the years, etc., etc. So the OMERACT organization, as well as the ASAS organization, sort of stamped for approval with regard to the ASAS Health Index. Next slide. So we thought, well, ASAS Health Index is ready to be used in clinical trials. And if you see us as being the professionals, the professional organization in the top of the slide, we usually, when there's new drugs on the market that have to be on, or that are coming on the market that have to be approved, we communicate a lot with sponsors, and we design, or we help them design trials, and there is a lot of communication. And as a professional organization, we say to them, well, we have our ASAS Health Index. It's a very well validated instrument. Please use it in clinical trials. And what happened a lot in the past was that those sponsors came back to us and said, well, but regulatory doesn't accept the use of ASAS Health Index because it is not a qualified measure. Well, because as professional organization, the relationship with regulatory authorities is a little bit obscure, if even existent. There is not so much communication. That sort of bounced back, and it took a long while before apparently some sponsor took the initiative to qualify ASA's health index for a trial, because in the preparatory talks of this meeting last Friday, I was informed that actually ASA's health index is a qualified measure. I was not aware of that, so most likely one of the sponsors has qualified the measure more or less on our academic behalf, and it can be used in the context of clinical trials nowadays. So what I want to suggest, or what I want to propose, next slide. Oh yeah, what can happen then in such a situation is that commercial developers, as has happened with regard to the measure of quality of life in axial spondyloarthritis, they jump in, they have probably better relationships, are better aware of what is going on in the regulatory realm, and they develop their own commercial products that are in the end qualified and used by sponsors. So what I want to propose, next slide, is a situation in which there is more collaboration and more consultants in this type of tripartite consultation model, in which regulatory talks to the professional community, being ASAS or OMERECT or EULAR, and not only with pharma, because I think that such a situation that in theory may already exist, but in practice is for various reasons very difficult, that can lead to a better implementation of instruments, PROs and other instruments in the field of our disease, and I think it is a good thing to further discuss that. But in terms of discussion questions, I would propose that perhaps we could think about a scenario in which the regulatory environment takes initiatives like that by OMERECT, endorsed instruments by OMERECT, as perhaps sufficient for qualification. The previous speaker was talking about a sort of lighter qualification process. I could envision a situation in which we also extend that to OMERECT approved or OMERECT endorsed instruments in our field, at least in rheumatology. And the second question for discussion would be, how could we improve the communication between the professional community on the one hand, so us being EULAR, but you can easily translate that with other sorts of professional organizations in all sorts of fields on the one hand, and EMA or regulatory on the other hand. I think this was my last slide. I'm not 100% sure, but if there's not next, then thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. I think especially during the last slides, it became quite clear you touched upon a number of topics that are certainly of relevance for the qualification platform. This starts with how to identify potential development candidates, how to create repositories where future developers can gain an idea of what is already there, how would then triage happen, and then of course how to create working interfaces between the different stakeholders involved. I think it's also important to highlight that the qualification procedure such is a voluntary one, and if an endpoint is used or recommended in a regulatory guideline, this does not necessarily imply that it has been formally qualified. It may just be that simply due to history, due to being acquainted with the tool, due to simplicity, it has been used in the past, it has found its way, for example, into product information, or it has been used in drug development studies. So I think, again, it's important to understand that the process as such is voluntary. However, this does by no means obviate that the relevance of the other aspects that you raised, meaning that there should be early interaction between the parties involved to really streamline what is happening. I saw Elmar's hand quickly go up. Or was this for?
This was raised in error.
Okay.
No intention.
Yeah, and again, I think that the points you raised at the very end, Robert, would certainly fit into, again, the first issue we will address during the panel session. So thank you very much again, and I would like to lead over now to a third presenter, which is Elmar Schabel, who will provide us with the regulatory perspective on PROM development and respective qualifications. Elmar is a senior assessor at the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices at the German BfArM, and is also a member of EMA's Scientific Advice Working Party. Over to you, Elmar.
Yeah, thank you, Andreas, and good afternoon to everybody. If we jump into the next slide straight away, I give you a quick overview on what I will be talking. The first part is or should be a very brief introduction on what we are talking about. What is a PRO or OBS-RO and clinician-reported outcome? What do we need them for? And what is the need before we qualify a patient-reported outcome? And I will use the word PRO or patient-reported outcome measure as a proxy for all the items that I will be talking about. The second part is the main part of my presentation, and this is based on a planned publication and an evaluation that was done at the EMA of all qualification procedures on patient-reported outcomes and all these kind of things between 2013 and 2018, date of submission of the files. And then, yeah, concluding remarks. If we go to the next slide and then straight away to the very next one. Yeah, well, patient-reported outcome, of course, the main characteristic is that both patient-reported and observer-reported outcomes are those that are not reported by a healthcare professional, not by the treating physician, but either by the patient himself, herself, or a caretaking person, which is usually in cases of children, one of the parents or both. And then the physician-reported outcome, which is called here the topic of the talk. I must admit, I have neglected this somehow. Because this is rarely occurring in a qualification procedure, and we will mainly focus on patient-reported and observer-reported outcomes in the following. Next slide, and move then directly to the next one. Yeah, what do we need them for? Of course, a patient-reported outcome measure is usually used in the context of a clinical trial, and it is not only trying to evaluate an individual response to treatment, but a response at the population level. And what I regard important in the evaluation and final qualification of PROs is the fact that there may be a difference in the relevance of patient-reported outcomes when it comes to the underlying disease that we are talking about and of the treatment aims. A disease modification treatment may be regarded to be different from a symptomatic treatment with regard to use of PROs. Yeah, and this may also, of course, influence the stringency of the validation and the final positioning of such a tool, whether it's used as primary, secondary, or other endpoint in clinical trials. Next slide. And then again, the next slide immediately afterwards. Yeah, what is qualification? Well, qualification in the end is the recognition and affirmation of a process called validation, which you're all familiar with and which we have seen some details in the previous presentations. Mainly the two main phases of validation, content validation and psychometric validation. I will not go into details here. We have seen some of these in the previous presentations already. Next slide. And then again into the next slide now. This is the planned publication and analysis of data from submissions between January 2013 and December 2018 on all submissions that have been presented to EMA in the qualification process, either for qualification or for qualification advice. The analysis is analyzing the regulatory output, the advice letters, letters of support, and the opinions. It has been drawn up with identification of the procedures via identification of keyword searching from EMA's document repository, and the evaluation methods are quickly outlined here. There's a qualitative evaluation and a quantitative evaluation, and the focus of the presentation will then be more or less on the quantitative evaluation, on the qualitative evaluation with extracting key messages that have been transported to stakeholders. Now, I have to again admit this is a slightly different focus or scope of the paper, of the planned paper. It's not yet been published, but it's been submitted for publication. This also includes the performance outcomes, which is of course different from those reported by patients or caregivers. And therefore, the focus here is also again on the first two items. Next slide, please. Now, quantitative results. We have identified 37 procedures, which we're referring to 25 development programs, which means that the rest of the 12 additional procedures were follow-up procedures, and the 25 applications have referred to a total of 75 unique different tools. As a rule, usually patient-reported outcome measures, meaning as a combination of patient-reported outcomes. Yes, you can see the majority of tools was related to patient-reported outcomes. The observer-reported outcomes are rather a minority. Next slide. The 17 and 6 procedures for patient-reported outcomes ended up, as you can see, in the majority of cases with a qualification advice only. There were some letters of support, and only 12% ended with a qualification opinion. And a surprising result of the analysis was that therapeutic areas with otherwise rather minor role appear to be overrepresented here when referring to ophthalmology or gastroenterology. This is somewhat surprising. Next slide, please. And the relevance of the patient-reported outcomes with regard to the proposed context of use and the use of these as endpoints. As you can see, almost half of the patient-reported outcomes were proposed to be used as primary outcome measures, whereas for observer-reported outcomes, there was some more measures that were only used as secondary or exploratory endpoints. Next slide. The next analysis refers then to the categorization of the type of questions brought forward, and the analysis has then brought about a number of total of 131 questions that could be categorized. And you can see that the majority of the questions are obviously related to tool development and the validation exercise to be performed, with no relevant difference between patient-reported outcomes and observer-reported outcomes. And then the answers given have been analyzed according to whether agreement to the sponsor has been achieved or whether only partial or no agreement has been achieved. And you can see, unsurprising potentially, that partial agreement was almost three quarters of the question, and that only a tiny minority ended up with a total disagreement. Next slide, please. Now, the qualitative evaluation of the answers then went into extraction of general statements, and general statements could be extracted with a number of 87. And this was then tried to analyze or put into categories. And maybe only this is quite busy, the slide. I just want to say that the majority of the statements that have been extracted relate to validation strategy and the item generation. And in the following, I will now jump into a selection of statements that have been extracted within this exercise. Next slide, please. And I think, this has originally already been a selection of statements. And in the interest of time, I made a subjective personal selection again. The ones highlighted in black color are the ones that I thought could be mentioned here. With regard to general validation strategies, the advices ended up with the recommendation to clearly separate learning and confirmatory objectives within these exercises. Randomized controlled trials are needed in order to properly evaluate psychometrics. We are not satisfied with observational data only. And there should be a clear separation of trials used for validation of the tools as compared to the tools that are finally then used for marketing authorization application, the phase 3 trials. The tools to be used as primary endpoint are expected to be evaluated with high quality data. Next slide, please. These sentences, these requirements are now related to evaluation of correlation and anchoring within the psychometric evaluation. There is a general feeling that distribution-based methods should play a secondary role in the determination of the sensitivity to change and the MCID, and the anchor-based methods are preferred here, and the choice of the anchors and extent of correlation should be predefined and justified. However, correlation to anchors is not always the main aim of development. It depends on the anchor whether a high correlation is intended or desirable. Next slide, please. The choice of the patient population has also been playing a relevant role. Coverage of relevant subpopulations, adequate age ranges, and disease severity was requested. The coverage of the comorbidities was also felt to be important. And of course, the full documentation of patient characteristics was required. Next slide, please. Items like scoring and weighting, which are quite frequently included in patient-reported outcome measures. In the opinion of the scientific advice working party, the weighting does generally require a justification and, of course, also an evaluation of the different options with regard to its properties. The item scoring and weighting evaluation should be done independently from those data used to demonstrate the final validation. So it should be ready before the final psychometric properties are determined. And one remark on the reliability. For the assessment of reliability or retest validity, a stable status of patients would be required. Next slide, please. Recall periods, also obviously an important item. Recall periods should be chosen based on the item properties. The content validity may be undermined by the too long recall periods, and the impacts or items related to social life are generally considered to require longer recall periods than those evaluating symptoms only. And for items with daily recall periods, responder rates at different thresholds should be evaluated. Next slide. Cultural adaptation has also been an issue during the scientific advice requests or the qualification requests. Linguistic validation is, of course, necessary and important, but there exists some uncertainty whether metric properties remain the same once linguistic validation has been done, since this relates to the content validity only. And then one remark on the burden to the patient. This should be considered during development because it may, of course, cause adherence problems. Next slide. And then jump into the next slide again. These are the conclusions then, as based on the planned publication. Qualification procedures are generally considered more appropriate to obtain detailed feedback on patient-reported outcomes than included patients on such developments in a regular advice, meaning a product-related advice. Usually common diseases are addressed, however, the pediatric population has been playing a marked role in these procedures. The frequency of general questions and statements suggests that there is need for discussion on principles of development of outcome assessment, despite relevant guidance being available. And there is one recommendation from this article that the need for new tools should be carefully assessed, and the consortium approach in order to avoid parallel developments is the preferred option. Next slide, and these are my, let's say, final conclusions and maybe also points for discussion. While we have a high level of agreement with the proposals made, there seems to be a necessity for qualification advice, not only for qualification as such or qualification opinion, because there is relevant items that need improvement by input from regulators. Letters of support and qualification opinions are considered useful because of their character of being an external public communication and the transparency offering to developers as well as regulators. And there are two open items to be discussed, whether there is a need for overarching or more detailed regulatory guidance. And of course, what the evaluation could not disentangle is whether the advice given to the developers of such tools has led to the final qualification or success of the development, and whether this then has in turn been relevant for the input into marketing authorization applications, which is, of course, the final aim of the developments. And with this, next slide, I thank you for your attention, and we can then enter into further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elmar. So we've heard two presentations on the experiences, once from the patient side, once from the academic side, and now a retrospective look over the experiences from the regulatory side. Now, Elmar, would you go ahead and introduce the additional panelists before we go into...
Yes, thanks, Andreas. In addition to Dr. Lande and Mrs. Froome, Ms. Froome, we have also as panelists invited Antoine Vanier, who is a methodologist at the Autorité de Santé, the HAS, which is the HTA organization in France. He's working on real world data unit within the HAS, and his research is going on mainly on the interpretation of longitudinal patient-reported outcome data. So he is an expert in the field, and he's also involved within methodological works within the UNETA consortium, the association of the European HTA organizations. And we then have finally invited Simon Bennett, who is our industry representative. He was working for more than 20 years now for Biogen and has taken several roles in clinical operations and regulatory science within within Biogen. He's now the director of Biogen's regulatory policy efforts within Europe, and he has also direct experience in qualification pathway through assessment of performance outcome measures as well as registries. And last but not least, I want to introduce Winneke Mocking. She's a research associate at Amsterdam University. He's an epidemiologist by background, with a focus on clinometrics and on development of tools, how to best select health measurement tools. And she's one of the founders of COSMIN. And COSMIN is the short form of Consensus-Based Standards of the Selection of Health Measurement Instruments, which all says what is to it, I think. And I welcome again all the three of you. And sorry for omitting one in the first place.
Oh, thank you very much, Elmer, for introducing the set of panelists. So now we're complete. We indeed, when arranging the panel, we took great care to really get everybody on board, to believe that all stakeholders that may be involved in PRO development and interested in the qualification platform be on the same table to really facilitate the discussion. And with that, I would kindly ask Jana to go on to the next slide, please. So just to introduce what we intend to do for the second part now of this session too. As indicated at the very beginning, we've prepared a few seminal slides, so to speak, that should really initiate the discussion. I think this first one is certainly the most prominent. To come back to the general aims of this workshop, we want to really on a strategic level leverage the input of today to optimize the procedure as we currently have it, what can be improved, what is needed in addition, how to make the impact most meaningful when it comes to developing these tools, but also when it comes to their future uptake. We discussed these points with our panel in advance, so I hope that nobody's completely surprised, and I apologize in advance to maybe putting people on the spot now. But based on the feedback we received, I would kindly ask Simon Bennett to give his position on the general aspects that are presented here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andreas, and thanks, Elmer. Hopefully the sound's coming through okay. Certainly very pleased to be here as part of this workshop representing industry, and very happy that the EMA are running this workshop for engagement with both industry and other stakeholders. I think this first question is an interesting one, and from the industry perspective, we have a couple of points that we'd like to make here around regulatory input into the qualification platform. We have, and this is really around, essentially it's around where there's a bit more flexibility in terms of the procedure that we see at the moment. So we certainly see the qualification of novel methodologies as an important platform, very crucial to the development of innovative medicines. A couple of the points that we'd like to make are around, firstly, the first one is around timing or an entry point into the qualification pathway that might be more streamlined rather than the current process that we have. So we have a couple of examples with medicine developers who've gone for typical scientific advice at the agency. As part of that clinical development program, they may have included a patient-reported outcome measure or a performance outcome measure into their clinical development program, and had some initial conversations with the agency on the overall development program, not realizing that actually there's a separate pathway, the qualification pathway, where that expert input can be provided on that specific outcome measure. So I think thinking about that entry point into the qualification pathway itself, that more directly from the scientific advice procedure, would be helpful from a medicine development perspective. The second topic here that I'd just like to raise before I pass it over to my other colleagues on the panel is around something that already Robert and Elizabeth already raised around sort of qualification light, or the flexibility of the procedure itself. I think certainly from our perspective within industry, we see examples where potentially the pathway could be more streamlined, where you have an established context of use for a novel methodology, but you want to broaden it into another disease area. So, for example, if you're looking at rheumatoid arthritis, if you have a patient-reported outcome there, where there's some of the work that can be built on for developing the context of useness and extending it to another similar disease area, such as lupus erythematosus. So I think there's some streamlining there that we can do in terms of the pathway. Certainly those are the thoughts that we had, just to kick things off, Andreas.
Thank you very much. No, I think I heard entry points. I heard in how far the scope of use, the context of use of a specific tool could be broad. And I think these are indeed topics that come up repeatedly also when we discuss procedures. So I think thank you very much for this. I think these are important points that we can take forth in discussing how to potentially improve, or let's say differentiate the process, so to speak. Next, I would kindly ask Elizabeth, because I recall in my presentation, again, there was this slide indeed questioning, for example, the added value of the qualification procedure and whether it could be reduced in terms of burden put on the sponsor, on the developer. So please, Elizabeth, maybe ask for your perspectives on these general aspects.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I think that an early dialogue, as mentioned before, will be very helpful. But I also think that in this whole process of qualification, and maybe that doesn't exactly answer your question, although I think it is very relevant, it would help to already have the input of patient, and that's my role today, right, of patients from the beginning, that I saw one of the slides, I think it was from Elmas, where you see that one patient was in the committee to say something in the qualification, and that's only later in the process. So I think the process also could be changed by having earlier data on what is really relevant to the patient, whether it's through questionnaires or studies, and start from that, because that would already guarantee that, or guarantee never 100%, but have a better chance of being successful, that it measures indeed what is relevant to the patient. So what I saw today was a bit like in the qualification process is one patient, but I think, or patient expert, but it would be more interaction between patient community and especially the group involved in this would be important. And I think you had a sub question as well, sorry.
No, I think when it comes to procedural burden, you felt that indeed coming back to the added value that the qualification may offer to an academic developer or from a development that comes from a patient organization. So what would your considerations be on the procedure such and the burden it imposes on a developer when the decision is pondered whether or not to come for qualification?
Yeah, well, I think 3 years, a 3 years procedure, by that time you might be in your version 2.0, 3.0, whatever. So I think the procedure is too lengthy, and that is also, I've asked some sponsors, would it make a difference, because the PROM is used and the full PROM is used, would it make a difference for you if it was qualified? And basically they said, not really. So I think that's also a learning for us, to be used. They said, no, not really, but they said we love more procedures, more data, more studies, and from that conclude how helpful this PROM would be. So that's why I am really interested to hear what you would see also as regulators, that a qualified PROM would have added value to a non-qualified.
Okay, now I think it's important to state that the standard timeline would not amount to 3 years. So maybe you meant that taking everything from starting the development up until potentially finalization, but of course the interaction with regulators at the very end would be much shorter and it should usually be manageable within a few months. So I see Elma's hands maybe also on.
Yeah, maybe we have to mention that the qualification advice procedure is not only about final qualification. And you may have perceived this from my talk. I have seen that you have missed the introductory part of our workshop. You have only entered later, so the introductory part has made clear that there is obviously 3 outcomes. And the relevance of the input, which I highlighted in my talk, beyond full agreement and beyond full disagreement, is the one that could be relevant also for patient initiated or patient organization initiated outcomes, which is in essence in the end, and you have also outlined this, also done in collaboration with academic researchers, and finally might need input also from industry, because as you have seen, one of the requirements always pertains to the need for controlled outcome studies or clinical studies that are late phase clinical studies in the development of medicinal products. So it does not really object to going to qualification early, or potentially with the publications that you have obviously produced. I see that there is additional effort, and this can, of course, today not be really solved. Where you may not have the resources to enter such a process, and that's maybe the more important question.
Well, that could indeed be one, but and I understood what you said, and I heard what you said about that qualification advice could be very useful as well, and I absolutely believe that. However, this doesn't give any, let's call it status, let's say, that you have been for qualification advice and not receive a letter of support, or the final qualification might not help you so much in changing the I use the word status, you might use another word, of this patient-reported outcome measure. So that was, in that sense, the qualification advice is wonderful, probably, I think so, but still not a qualification or a letter of support, something you can show, add to the prom. If you have a prom, can you add to that? We have been for qualification advice, and then we follow the advice. It is. I understand that it's for the group working on it very interesting to do so, but not at the end. It's the same as really receiving something from the EMA.
Yeah, thank you very much. I see Robert has raised his hand, and I actually wanted to ask you indeed to speak next. So please.
Yeah, I was thinking, hearing the previous discussion, I was thinking, well, I do see the advantages of a qualification process, and especially when there is a real process in which we consult each other. But I've 15 or 20 years experience in doing this kind of work from a professional perspective, developing all sorts of measures and discussing about the validity in those processes, whether it would be at EULAR or OMERECT or the ASAS organization that I was talking about. We actually have invited many times people from regulatory, whether it is EMA or FDA. And in my experience, it is extremely difficult to get people from regulatory on board, even to have in conferences or in meetings to talk about what you could do for us and we for you, and sort of explain about these kinds of procedures that you have in place. I think I speak for many of my colleagues, at least in the field, that we are totally unfamiliar with the process of qualification that is now outlined in this particular workshop. So if I may answer on your last bullet point here, how you could increase visibility, I would almost say come out of your silos and connect with us in the professional organizations that we run and give us your advice. And let's talk together about how to streamline these kind of things, make sure that it will not take 3 years, and make sure that we do not do all the work double. So let's discuss with each other what we have and how we can streamline all the work that has been done into a qualified product.
Yeah, thank you very much. Points well taken. And indeed, I mean, one of the points indeed is if timelines is an issue, and again, I think 3 years is not something to be expected. The usual procedures are far shorter. But one of the points also put here on the slide is indeed early interaction. So if all of the concerned stakeholders come to the table early, and if it is anticipated that whichever PRO is to be developed would see first subsequent use in, for example, registration studies with the intent of potentially ending up in the SPC even, then I think it would be interesting to feel very early what would be needed. So if one of the ultimate aims for whichever reason would be to get, let's say, a regulatory approval, because again, this procedure is voluntary, this is not something that an endpoint has to undergo or an outcome has to undergo in order to be used in drug development, this would certainly, for example, streamline procedures and also maybe help to early triage and really understand which developments may simply take up too much resources or not lead to the desired result in the end, because again, there's a number of stakeholders involved here, and I understand that it also takes a lot of work to convince study sponsors to put an additional endpoint into their study protocol, because it always increases burden. So yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we could go to the next slide then, and I would slightly shift scope, because one thing that we also repeatedly experienced when discussing qualification of PROs, and then of course the debate that came up twice now already, that endpoints are being used regardless of qualification, regardless of formal qualification. We wondered, there may be potential relevance in putting forth guidance as to a demarcation line between simple or complex tools that could, for example, gear not only the decision which PROs should undergo qualification, and for which, let's say, the concept is so straightforward that this may not always be needed. We also felt that having heard about context of use and how complex it can get, I think by Anna Drimic earlier today, it would be interesting to understand in Alpha, for example, the positioning of an endpoint in the endpoint hierarchy of a specific trial would be part of the context of use, or whether the context of use would only kind of combine the tool's properties with the disease to be addressed. This is also something that could be leveraged, for example, to really triage which endpoints should undergo which sort of development. So being aware that Vinike has a lot of experience in coming up with standards for tool development and has been involved in drafting respective guidelines, I would like the opportunity to give her the chance to provide her views on this, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and also for the invitation to be here today. It's a little bit of a broad question for you, but well, first of all, I think talking about complex prompts or complex pros and how to qualify them or how to choose between them, I think it's very important to be very clear about what the pro is, what the construct is that you want to measure. And then I think that is your starting point. From there, you can go on with all the validation processes. But I'm not sure whether I understand your question correctly.
No, I think the general question would be in half a, let's say, a single item, single domain tool with one question on a relatively straightforward scale. For example, I'm thinking of, let's say, one single pain question on a VAS would have to undergo the same stringency of assessment compared to, let's say, a multi-domain, multi-item tool where a sum score is developed that indeed in the end should be interpretable, because we've heard again procedural burden, evidence required to make indeed these tools understandable, and the assumption is let's say rather straightforward that these may differ depending on the tool to develop. So I think this was the direction I was going in. Sorry for...
Yeah, no, that is, well, if you have a single item question, I think, and also I think for all questions you start with content validity and make sure that the question you ask, or whether it's one question or a battery of questions, whether all those questions, whether the patients understand them all as you intend them, and then whether you miss anything or whether it's, you know, there are items that are not relevant. So that is the starting point, and that is, I mean, it's you can do that faster if you have only one question, but if you have a lot of questions in your questionnaires, of course, takes more time. But that is the starting point, and that is, well, basically the same kind of study you need to do. However, if you have more complex instruments with multi-factors included, for example, then the next step, which is structural validity, is very important, where you need to assess, do a factor analysis, for example, and then it's complicated often because, well, complex outcomes are very difficult to, you know, to have a good structural validity. So it's therefore it's more difficult to validate these complex questionnaires. But for me, the same kind of studies are needed. Only if you have only one item in your questionnaire, structural validity isn't relevant at all because you have just one questionnaire, just one item. So that makes it more simple. But for me, in principle, all the same steps should be done, and content validity is for all studies equally important.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. And I would also like to extend this question to Antoine, who has been involved also in developing respective guidance.
Thanks for letting me the opportunity to talk about the HTA perspective here today. Well, regarding differences between a PROM using single items such as assessing pain level and more complex tool, well, basically I'm in line with what was said by Vineke King, and especially, I mean, any outcome measurement instrument needs to have the same properties, whether it measures something that is subjective or objective. I mean, it must be valid and it must be reliable. And so first of all, I fully agree with the fact that content validity is first and foremost the first thing that needs to be assessed, and this is something that is sometimes missing for some PROM that are developed. Sometimes it's not clear what is the concept that is assessed by these outcomes, and so for content validity, it's the same issue whether you use a single item instrument or multiple item instruments, and well. I also think that for single item instruments, phase validity is something that needs to be that needs to be assessed a lot because you have one item only to assess what you want to assess, and you will have usually less reliability than multi-item instruments, and so the framing of the questions and making sure that that patients will understand it in the most adequate way is paramount. And then for multiple item tools, you will have specific subdomains of validity, such as structural validity, which are more complex to assess because usually these are the structural validity is the type of validity for which the most complex statistical tools must be used, such as confirmatory factor analysis or rash analysis or whatever. And so, well, the main message is that I think there is no difference in principle for single item and multiple items. It's just that the subdomain that you will assess will not be the same, and for multiple items you will probably face more complex statistical analysis to assess.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I think listening to you too, I think it's clear that some shared properties would always be of interest regardless of complexity, but particularly when it comes to structure, and particularly in case of some scores, there would certainly be differences there between tools of different complexity. Now, I think we are approaching the end of the session, so I think we should open to the audience to also get the Slido questions now on board and have them discussed among the plenary. Yeah, and I've seen in the past session that they keep jumping all about depending on whether they're upvoted or not. So I'm kindly asking for assistance by EMA to keep track. So maybe, yeah. So on the first question, I mean, the reason why we invited Antoine, for example, speaking now on the question of whether it's relevant to have HTA representatives in the validation process is indeed that we believe that I think that there is a shared interest in these outcomes, regardless of whether they play the same role in the decision hierarchy and the decision making in the end, where there's certainly a difference between drug regulation and still nationally organized HTA, that's quite obvious, but whether or not the tool performs and does what it's purported to do are pretty much the same across the board. So I think one of the takeaways of this today may also be that indeed we need to engage very early on with everybody, apart from developers, but also with those who in the end are supposed to make decisions based on these endpoints. So I am aware that there is this parallel scientific advice offered by EMA. I am not fully aware whether this extends also to encompass the qualification pathway, but I would see no reason to assume that this is not the case. So in principle, we could engage with HTA also during qualification. I think it would of course be mandatory that the developer requests this, so we cannot instigate it from regulatory side. I don't know, EMA, is there anything you have to add?
Yeah, maybe just to add here, we have experienced with joint procedures in regular product-related advice. It is not always easy to give a joint or to organize a joint procedure. This has widespread implications because even in most European countries, you have an organizational divide between regulatory authorities and the HTA. So there is different stakeholders involved, different organization, and so on. It will definitely not make the process more easy, but yeah, I would support your conclusion, Andreas, that this is definitely something that could be important in the future and should become important in the future.
And I've seen Pierre raise his hand.
Yes, good evening, Pierre de Melista. I'm the vice chair of the SIP. Just to add something, when we get common procedures with the FDA, this is not mutual recognition, and it is not supposed necessarily to come to a common conclusion. It is parallel or joint more than common, which means that even if we answer the same questions at the same time, it does not necessarily result in the same advice. But obviously, because we have the opportunity to discuss at the same time, it increases the probability that we will come to a common conclusion. But this is not mutual recognition to precisely answer the question.
Thanks, Pierre. I hope this clarifies. Yeah, so I think the top item has now vanished. Now the first point is interesting, and indeed when preparing this session, we also had something like this for discussion points, and then it kind of fell through because we're prioritizing differently. But indeed, I am aware that there are some repositories where prompts are listed, and I do believe that, for example, EULA has an outcome library where all the different outcome measures that could be used in rheumatology are listed, not necessarily with recommendations or with clear criteria based on which they're included there. But I think there is spread out all across the different areas and different indications, certain repositories or certain libraries of outcomes. But apart from qualification opinions and letters of support being published by the qualification platform, I'm not aware of this being part of some sort of regulatory offer. I don't know if anybody else may come in here. I saw Vinike raise her hand here.
Yeah, thank you. There is also a database of the MAPI Trust. They collect a lot of pros and prompts, I have to say. And we also, but I mean, you first need to find the appropriate instrument that you want to have. And maybe you don't know that yet. So we have a COSPAN database of systematic reviews on outcome measurement instruments, where you can search for outcome and also for patient population to the reviews that have been published on this particular subject. And in those reviews, the instruments are being, an overview is given on the quality of those instruments. And we collect all reviews in there, so we don't. Some reviews are of better quality than others, but that could be a starting point if you're searching for specific outcome and measurement instrument.
Antoine.
I just wanted to add, regarding the database that is provided by MAPI Trust, which is PR recorded. It's not entirely public because if you don't have an account, you just have access to a minimal set of information. But if you want more, there is need to register to the database, and it's not public.
Okay, I have just been reminded that we've reached the end of the session. I just saw Solange raise her hand, so I would like to ask her to speak, but after that, I'm afraid we have to close, and maybe we can take some of the more general questions that may not necessarily be limited to bureaus forward to other Q&A sessions. So Solange, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the good discussion. This is very useful and helpful. I wanted to mention just, the best resource at the FDA, which is all about, biomarkers and endpoints. So something to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think it's time to wrap up. I would like to thank everybody who was willing to contribute here. I just saw Antoine now raising his hand again, sorry.
It's just a final remark that I wanted to make, but it's just that I think during the session we have talked a lot about validation and assessments of outcome measurement instruments, but I think regarding methodologies, there is maybe more to do about the interpretability of those instruments, because I think there is less scientific consensus on how to interpret the data, and I think there is more standardization of what are the measurement properties, but I think maybe there is more to do regarding how to interpret them.
Okay, thank you for that. Now again, thanks to all the contributors who were willing also during the preparation of this session to sacrifice some of the time. Thank you very much for the lively discussion. I think we have received first-hand description of the experience during development. We have received a retrospective look at what the QNM platform has experienced over a 5-year time frame. I think it's obvious that there may be some improvements possible and even necessary to make the use of the qualification procedure more frequent and of greater impact to developers. And I think there's certainly value in getting all the stakeholders early together to really from the get-go and the triaging which developments would make sense, which could make sense to get everybody on board early. And with that, I would like to call for a coffee break. And I think we should be back within 5 minutes time for session 3 then.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and all contributors. Yes, please come back at 16:35 when we continue session 3. Thank you. So I would like to welcome you back for the third and final session of today, the session on methods based on modeling and simulation, digital health technologies, and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Again, just to remind you and to encourage you to submit questions via Slido so we can reflect your interests in the Q&A session. And I'm very happy to co-chair this session together with Jörg Zinserling, Senior Statistical Assessor of the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany and member of the EMA's Scientific Advice Working Party and Methodology Working Party. And I would give the floor to Jörg for a short highlighting of the content that we want to cover and then to introduce our first speaker. Thank you. Over to you, Jörg.
Thanks, Thorsten. We have a 2-hour session and this is quite information dense. We will have 5 presentations with 2 on regulatory perspectives and 2 on use cases and experience with the procedure. We also have a notified body. And this is an interesting perspective to be included in qualifications. And we'll have a 60-minute discussion session with additional 6 panelists, and we'll also expect that you jump on Slido and provide us with questions for the panel discussion later. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Flora Mugambo-Arzinanu, a valued colleague of mine, a member of Scientific Advice Working Party and Methodology Working Party. She is assessor at the Federal Agency for Medicines and Health Products in Belgium, and also in academia associated to a number of universities. Flora, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jörg, and thanks for giving the opportunity to have also modeling and simulation as a discussion topic here in this workshop. I think I need my slide up. Thank you. So, and for this presentation, Jana, you can go already 2 slides. For this presentation, I would like to actually give you, discuss 4 different topics. In introduction, I would like, first of all, to show or to share with you my experience as regulators and the way we use to kind of encourage the different sponsors to come for us for scientific and qualification-related procedures, the different routes that we use for that. Then I would speak about our experience the past years with the submission that we have had related to the type of models that we receive, the types of questions, the type of organization and outcome. If I have time for that, I will also share 2 examples, 2 very different examples before closing with some take-home message. Next slide. In introduction, actually, I would like to show you that if you look at regulatory guidance document, if you look at some of our different outcome documents from the different procedures like scientific advices or marketing authorization application, it is very clear and sometimes very explicit that we do encourage using qualification-related procedure for discussion in some cases of modeling and simulation-related activities. Just to give you an example, I will show you two types of guideline document. Next slide. The first one is the Q&A document that was adopted last year, actually, related to assessment of QT prolonging effect of drug. You know that this kind of assessment is regulatory mandatory. And we have released last year at ICH level a Q&A document to give alternative methods for sponsor to establish the absence of QT prolonging effect. And if you look at the next slide, you'll see that one of the possibilities that are offered to the different sponsors in terms of method is using in silico approaches as a predictive model to assess the pro-arrhythmic effect of drugs. And in this Q&A document, it is explicitly encouraged the sponsor to come for qualification procedure. Next slide. I put it in a red box so that it's very apparent. It is really explicitly written that for health authority, where there is in place qualification-related procedures, the sponsor are encouraged to go there and to use these procedures in order to have, this kind of approval of their approach to assess the QT prolonging effect of drugs. So this is at ICH level. Another example that is very explicit is on the next slide. I think that one is very well known. This is our PBPK guideline, where we also, if you will go the next slide, you will see that in the table of content already, there is a chapter related to qualification. In this guideline, qualification is referred several times in terms of a tool to show that the model has acceptable predictive performance. But there is also an appendix, which is appendix number 1, where we really explicitly encourage sponsor to qualify the platform using the qualification-related procedure. This is on the next slide. And there we really say that, please, for the platform, for the system-based model, go for CHMP qualification procedure. So this is another example of guideline when it is very explicit. And I also say that there are other guidelines when it is implicitly said, but for these two, it is very clear. Another way that the regulators are using to encourage the sponsor to come for qualification are in the outcome of the different procedures related to particular drugs. I give an example on the next slide, which is an example of a scientific advice procedure, where the company actually was asking an advice on the possibility for them to use a PBPK model in order to waive the necessity to conduct a DDI study for the drug as a perpetrator in kind of drug-drug interaction related to protein binding. It was albumin binding, I think, in this case. And in our answer to the company, we clearly said that because you will be using this PBPK platform to waive for a clinical study, we do consider that this is an high regulatory impact application. So the platform that will be used for this purpose need to be qualified. But there is a nuance there, because this is a question coming from a farmer, one company, and we all have heard in the previous discussion today that qualifying a platform can be heavy in terms of what we need for that, for proving that this platform is really covering the worst case scenario. Maybe the burden for performing all the required analysis, producing all this evidence might not be, realistic in the context of one drug development program. Next slide. This is why we believe that the qualification could be the most appealing, interesting route in some selected cases, in particular for platforms that are intended to be used for many drug development programs. For very complex model whose assessment in the context of one procedure could be a little bit difficult from the assessment team and also for the sponsor team, and also in particular for modeling and simulation tools that are being proposed for high regulatory impact in particular. And even in the guideline I'm referring to, qualification is only proposed in terms of procedure for high regulatory impact application. For people who are not very familiar with what we call high regulatory impact, these are the situations when a modeling and simulation approach is proposed to replace a clinical study. So next slide. So this is in principle some few words to say that we do support having this sort of qualification discussion at methodological level. It's always enriching. Now, when we look back the past year, I was very curious and went and checked in the different procedures that we have been receiving in the past year. And I think there are some interesting lessons that we can learn from that. Next slide. First of all, I think that the message is passing through, because this year in particular, we are still even not the half of the year, but we have also already have as many requests for qualification, advice or opinion related to modeling and simulation. Then we have had the same amount, 7, as the one that we have received like the past 4 years. So the number is increasing. So there is an interest. And this is something which is very interesting to my view. When I look at the sponsors now, most of them are SMEs. Some of them are academia, and very limited number is actually pharma, which, like I said, to me is not very surprising and makes a lot of sense. I would personally advise a pharma to go together in kind of organization. I think we have already discussed that in previous interaction, and join effort so that they could also, have, less of burden for only one company for what is requested for a qualification opinion. Next slide. When now we look at the scope of this qualification, it's very wide. This is also interesting. It spans from the non-clinical to the clinical and even post-marketing setting in terms of the application that are targeted, which is also very interesting and enriching actually in terms of scientific input and regulatory science. On the next slide, we also summarized, the outcome that came from the procedure that were already completed. As I told you, most of these procedures are only even starting or to be started. So these are procedures that we have obtained. But where we have already released a final outcome, it is split actually. Part of them, it was a letter of support. The other part of them, it was final advice letter, and for one of them, we had a positive opinion. I will come back to that one later on. And just wanted to say that for the ones that we have given letter of support, it was on the request of the applicants always, and mostly because they wanted to have the opportunity. One of the criticisms that we have given were related to the fact that the data weren't informative enough, and for them to be able to gather more data, they thought that having this letter of support from EMA could help. I wanted also to say that for the only procedure that led to an opinion, a positive opinion, this was actually also the result of the whole of the regulators, because the qualification team was really engaged into assessing the data. We had the raw data. Some of the analyses were performed initially by the qualification team member and replicated after by the company. That company first comes from qualification advice and then opinion. So several interactions with us and also several interactions with the scientific officer. Next slide. when now we look at the question, I will go quickly to this one because this has already been discussed for the other kind of procedure. So modeling and simulation is not an exception. Most of the time we receive questions on the context of use, on the relevance of the data, on the method used for model building and model evaluation, and for the adequacy of the package for qualification. What is interesting is seeing that these questions that we receive are mirrored actually in the list of questions that come from the qualification team. Next slide. So most of the time, these very items are not well explicit or well explained, and the information we initially received need to be complemented or need to be expanded, or the context of use is too broad, need to be restrictive, inadequate, not aligned to the data we have. And we also have some issue or we don't fully understand the methodology, so we need to ask questions, and sometimes it's just not possible with the data we do have to release a positive opinion. Next slide. I just want to go quickly through two examples now, one positive and the other one negative. I will shortly go to the negative one. Next slide. This was a qualification advice that we received from a university consortium founded by the EC, and this was a tool, modeling and simulation-based tool for dose optimization in osteoporosis. Next slide. The questions were already quite strange. So they were, for instance, coming with one question asking the EMA to change the definition of biomarker on our website so that their modeling tool could get into that. And we just told them that you don't need to change the definition of biomarker because we also qualify innovative methods. Next slide. They also had question on the context of use that they were changing each time. They had to update their documentation. And so in the end, it was not possible. And they also had a question on their validation strategy. Next slide. And it was very difficult because they were indicating that they are not planning to pursue with that modeling and simulation tool as to bringing that to qualification opinion. So we just also told them that we are working for tools that help drug development and it is not for basic research only. So this was the first example. The other example actually is public on the EMA website. Next slide. Because it went to positive opinion. So this was an enrichment tool for type 1 diabetes based on modeling and simulation. And we, like I said, several interactions, and in the next slide, it's just shown that in the end, we agreed on the context of use. Next slide. We agreed on the data. We agreed on the method used, and we agreed on the modeling and simulation validation. So next slide. Everything was positive. This is, if you want more details on this, you can just refer to the EMA website. My closing slide is just to say that what I said is the most important message. Next slide, actually, is that we do encourage the use of qualification procedure for modeling and simulation, but prioritize it for platforms that are used for several drug development, the more complex models, and the ones with high regulatory impact. Having said that, I think I can thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Many thanks, Flora. Very comprehensive. And I guess we don't have clarification questions at this stage. And I anyway propose to take questions up in the panel discussion and later session. Thanks.
Yes.
And with this, over to you, Torsten.
Thank you, Jörg, and thank you, Flora, for this really informative presentation. Now, To our second presenter, this is Katlijne de Graam, EMA Regulatory Policy Lead, Global Regulatory Affairs from Janssen, Johnson & Johnson Pharma. And Katlijne was also a member of the focus group we had last year, where we discussed extensively and very interestingly how to future-proof the qualification of novel methodologies procedure. And Katlijne is now kind enough to present to us on digital measures for nocturnal scratch, a project that is ongoing with Janssen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present this Janssen case study as part of this very relevant workshop. It is very interesting so far. So you can move to the next slide. I would like to provide you with some background of the clinical outcome measure using a digital health technology that is currently in development at Janssen. Atopic dermatitis is a skin disease with inflamed skin, and a very common symptom of atopic dermatitis is pruritus, or itch, experienced during daytime and at night, with nighttime scratching being a predominant and burdensome symptom for patients. There is an opportunity to develop methods to assess nocturnal scratch, which could be used to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions for atopic dermatitis in clinical studies. Currently, there is no validated endpoint to measure nocturnal scratch with a digital health technology, and therefore such an endpoint would be classified as novel. The ultimate aim is to establish the novel clinical outcome measure of nocturnal scratch using a digital health technology by a rigorous, scientifically sound validation plan so that it can be used as a clinical endpoint in an SMPC to ultimately be used to communicate the medicine's impact on the quality of life of patients with atopic dermatitis. By qualifying a novel endpoint, the endpoint would be established as a regulatory-grade analysis instead of a nice-to-have as an exploratory scientific concept in clinical research. You can go to the next slide. To efficiently and effectively meet the ultimate aim to establish a new clinical endpoint in atopic dermatitis, it is essential to timely create a development plan on how to qualify this novel endpoint. A comprehensive evidence dossier needs to be built to support the qualification of a novel method. At the time of health authority interaction, Janssen's validation plan or framework consisted of completed work, ongoing studies, and planned studies. We were early in the process, but still had a lot of structure regarding where and how we plan to execute. The concept elicitation and framework consisted of addressing the meaningful aspects of health relative to AD patients, the concepts of interest relevant to AD patients, and the associated outcomes to be measured. Analytical validity establishes the outcomes generated by DHT and any associated software, that they have adequate technical performance characteristics. The aim of clinical validation study will be to establish that the data as used to comprise the endpoint acceptably measures the intended meaningful aspect of a person's functioning. Of note, patient involvement is becoming increasingly common in drug development, and the patient voice was included throughout the qualification work. For concept elicitation and framework, the applicant has conducted qualitative interviews with patients with AD to identify the most relevant concepts of interest for the patient. During analytical validation, a participant exit survey evaluates the utility from a patient perspective and acceptability of each of the data collection methods, which will be important to assess the feasibility of using these digital health technologies in future clinical studies. For the clinical validation protocol, this one is not yet available, but it is expected that the patient voice will be included there as well. You can go to the next slide. The Janssen team realized that there was a limited precedence for the qualification of a novel endpoint using a digital health technology, as this space is relatively new and emerging. There is no clear roadmap for regulatory acceptance of these novel technologies and limited guidance on validation. To ensure timely and successful integration into our drug development programs, as well as ultimately ensuring that this novel endpoint can be included in a marketing authorization application of a new drug, Janssen engaged with the health authorities to discuss its development strategy. The early engagement with regulators allowed for timely adjustment of the development plans to meet the regulatory needs, as well as the opportunity for follow-up advice from the regulators when additional data would become available. You can go to the next slide. So how did Janssen prepare for the meeting with the regulators? First of all, the optimal regulatory pathway for health authority engagement needed to be selected. The complexity of digital measures needed to be taken into account, as it contains both an endpoint component as well as a digital health technology component. Based upon the ultimate goal of including the measure in the marketing authorization application, the qualification procedure was the tailored pathway for obtaining regulatory feedback. With regards to timing, guidelines recommend early engagement without defining a specific timing. The engagement that we did was done prior to the start of analytical validation, and multiple rounds of engagements are accounted for as more data are generated. For industry, it is key that the development timelines of novel measures meet the timelines of drug development, as the ultimate goal is to include the novel endpoint as a qualified endpoint in the labeling of a new drug. So we also in green, we included some key takeaways. Innovation in methodologies used in drug development is promoted and supported by having this unique regulatory pathway of qualification. This pathway worked well, but requires further clarification, as we've heard throughout this afternoon, and also optimization, as reflected in the green section of the slides. The value of ultimate goal of qualifying a novel method could be further emphasized on EMA's website. What is the ultimate gain for an applicant to qualify a novel methodology? I think this question was raised many times in the previous session. The EU regulatory system is fragmented and complex. There are many different stakeholders like EMA, CTCG, notified bodies, national competent authorities, HTAs, etc. How to obtain efficient regulatory feedback on all relevant questions related to a novel method and the implementation in a clinical development program. Qualification of novel methodology procedure is focused on novel methodologies in drug development that have a potential impact on a benefit-risk assessment of a drug. It would be important to clarify what would be in scope of this procedure, and is there a way to contact EMA for advice? Early engagement is a broad term. Lessons learned and optimal timing for health authority engagement would further guide applicants. You can go to the next slide. Janssen consulted the relevant agencies' guidances, as shown on this slide, to establish a framework for the development and validation process. Besides the EU guidances, other guidances by regulators, specifically FDA, as well as consortia like DIME or CTTI, and literature were considered very relevant and essential for the development framework of digital measures. And so what were Janssen's key takeaways that could further enhance this regulatory pathway? From a practical perspective, a more detailed briefing book template would be helpful and increase efficiency. In addition, increase the visibility of the letter of support and the qualification opinions on the EMA website, like a catalog function, would be very welcome, as well as the integration into the scientific guidelines sections on the EMA website. Publication on regulators' insights based on lessons learned would be very helpful to guide the applicants on regulatory expectations. You can go to the next slide. I'm mindful of the time. In 2021 and 2022, Janssen engaged with both FDA and EMA on the plans to validate nocturnal scratch as a digital endpoint for patients with atopic dermatitis. The discussion topics covered the main aspects of the validation framework, as well as additional questions related to, for example, the regulatory definition of a digital health technology, as well as the lifecycle management of digital measures by using the Janssen-developed DEEP platform. The regulatory interactions resulted in strengthening the Janssen validation strategy. Can go to the next slide. Overall, the qualification advice for this procedure was a very positive experience. The feedback from the agency was thoughtful and thorough. In general, there was alignment on Janssen's validation plan. The discussion meeting was considered a valuable part of the procedure. Of note, there was no patient participation in the discussion meeting during the qualification procedure. The list of questions was quite extensive and consisted of around 20 questions. Therefore, additional time for response was needed and was also granted by EMA. The flexibility during the procedure was very much appreciated. Additional flexibility after the procedure is finished would be valuable in case there are ad hoc questions on the validation strategy that have a potential to be substantiated with a smaller set of supportive data. Note that the current aim of qualification is for drug development purposes only. Therefore, Janssen believes that CE marking of the digital health technology would not be required prior to use in clinical trials. There's quite some confusion about this in the field. Then the definition of the DHT as a medical device or not is officially outside EMA's remit. The fragmentation of the regulatory network in the EU creates additional complexity as there does not seem to be a centralized regulatory engagement opportunity to ensure that the response of regulators can be consistently applied for throughout all member states, which could lead to potential delays in the start of clinical trials using this digital measure. So, what else could be enhanced in this procedure? The clarification of on EMA's remit prior to selecting the pathway. It would be key to ensure that the right regulatory pathway is selected. To increase efficiency, the setup of a multi-stakeholder advice would be essential to speed up clinical development pathways. You can go to the next slide. Concluding, summarizing, the existence of this regulatory pathway to qualify novel methods is unique and shows the commitment in the EU to support and enable innovation in drug development. Streamlining development, validation, and acceptance of novel digital endpoints is key to accelerate adoption in drug development, to embed the latest scientific developments in a robust and validated manner. The current regulatory pathway of qualification in the EU is much appreciated, although there are several aspects of this pathway that needs to be enhanced. Some of them could be considered quick wins, like clarifying the EMA's remit, emphasizing its purpose, increasing its visibility of qualification outcomes. Others may require further development and are well worth putting additional efforts in, like providing additional guidance, discussing how to manage lifecycle management, transparency measures, etc., etc. The ultimate goal is to support and accelerate adoption of novel methodologies like digital measures to measure nocturnal scratch, as in the end, it benefits the patient. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, for this really detailed presentation and valuable reflection on your experiences of the qualification process. In the we have one clarification question which I want to bring up very briefly. It says, for Kathleen, what were the main benefits of the qualification procedure over scientific advice? Cost, speed, or something else? If you can address that very briefly, because of course we need to continue. Thank you.
This procedure is dedicated for novel methods, so the right experience can be gathered through this procedure. If you would consider doing a drug product scientific advice, it's very much focused on the drug development aspects, and usually you have plenty of questions relating to your drug development program to fill a scientific advice meeting. To have a more dedicated and focused discussion on how to develop a novel method, this procedure is key and really serves its purpose to have this focused discussion on the validation of a method. And we really see this as something that needs to run in parallel. But in the end, it needs to come together so that the method can be included in the marketing authorization application. But to really have a robust discussion with the agency on the method validation is really key, and it requires quite some effort.
Thank you so much. And with no further hesitation, over to Jörg to introduce our third presenter. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's my pleasure to introduce Katie Wack, Vice President for Clinical Strategy at Path AI, and she will present on an AI-based pathology tool for drug development. Katie, over to you.
Hello, and thank you all for letting me share our experience thus far in the qualification procedure here. I'm going to sort of shortly go through a little bit about why we decided to form a consortium and develop this tool, and also sort of contrast our experiences in the FDA program as well as the EMA program with some thoughts on perhaps some considerations to make the experience a little more efficient between the two, as well as to consider future efficient change control processes. So go ahead to the next slide. As most of us know here, NASH is a growing public health issue. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease progresses to NASH. There's nearly a quarter of all adults worldwide suffering from NAFLD. And of course, this prevalence is increasing, with NASH cases expected to increase by 63% in between 2015 and 2030. And of course, there are no current medication options for patients in NASH. It is the leading cause of liver transplants in women, and it's expected to be the leading cause for all very soon. And so this is a major economic and health issue for our world. Next slide, please. And so, as you know, both FDA and EMA guidance recommend histologic endpoints for drug approval. This disease has very slow progression, and there's much evidence in the literature that certain disease activity scores and staging through analysis of the biopsy are reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. And so therefore, these endpoints are used for accelerated or conditional approval. And these histologic-based scores involve 4 different components, 3 on the H&E slide measuring lobular inflammation, hepatocellular ballooning features, as well as steatosis. And then, of course, a different stain, trichrome stain, usually is used to stage the biopsy and score it according to patterns of fibrosis, from no fibrosis all the way to cirrhosis. And next slide, please. So this scoring system, initially developed in order to aid in the diagnosis of NASH, has now become a scoring system to both enroll. There's a lot of inclusion criteria, score-based inclusion criteria, as well as to determine that change over time and to determine whether or not a patient is then responding to a drug candidate in a NASH trial. The problem with it is that this system is prone to great ranges of inter and intra-reader variability in scoring. And some of this is due to variable and subjective approaches, for instance, for counting inflammatory foci. Ballooning is one of the most subjective interpretations, where there's several different versions of even amongst the CRN pathologists themselves, as to what they do identify as a balloon cell versus not. And then, of course, added on top of that, quantifying none, few, or many. And steatosis just having some arbitrary category boundaries. And this results in, over on the right here, you can see the CRN over the course of 15 years, fair to poor kappas, and really not increasing over 15 years of working together. And so we immediately identified this as an urgent unmet need, and as also a possibility for artificial intelligence-based models to provide some precision in this scoring in order to better capture true change over time. Next slide, please. So this was a study that actually just demonstrated this. On the left, you can see with assuming 100% reproducibility and accuracy and perfect histologic scoring, there's a 94% chance probability of detecting a drug effect versus placebo with an effective drug. If you take a look at the variability that we do, the real world variability, that decreases your chance of observing a drug effect by almost 1/3, which is very significant for some of these trials, especially in phase 2B trials, which have a shorter timeline and are not typically as well powered to begin with. So this may result in effective treatments not actually making it to patients. Next slide, please. And so now the field has moved to using multiple pathologists to read a case, using a consensus approach. We and others have lots of experience and have seen many different versions of this and outcomes depending on how many pathologists are used, whether or not they get on a consensus call, and then just do they fall on the range of, do they identify the same ballooning cells? Are they conservative in identifying possible cirrhotic nodules or not? And so we still see a lot of variation even within these consensus measures, which can cause inconsistencies, temporal bias, all sorts of things. So what we did, very high level, was to, first of all, form a consortium with many of the different drug developers, as well as KOLs and advisors in the field, both US and ex-US, and gather a lot of data, a lot of clinical trial data, both for to train these version-controlled models, but also to work with pathologists to determine what would be the best tool to develop so that it can aid in their evaluations. Of course, they're going beyond just scoring. They're evaluating, looking for additional features, ensuring the samples are evaluable as well. As you can see in the graph on the left, this is mean pairwise pathologists. So the agreement between the pathologists are in those hollow circles. And then to the right in the same phase 2B data set, you can see AI alone without human intervention agreeing with consensus. And so we're achieving a higher agreement with that gold standard consensus than the pathologists in the consensus can achieve with each other, with their independent reads. And so this translates into a lot of different benefits, and hopefully in just detecting true change. We've seen across several trials actually better demonstration of a dose response effect. And we have mirrored many of the clinical trial endpoints in many trials which have used multiple readers, sort of getting evidence along the way that this can be used and may have beneficial effects in some of these trials. And so in order to validate a tool like this, which we built, you can go to the next slide, please. We also need to provide a platform, a whole slide imaging viewing platform for the pathologists to perform their evaluations per protocol evaluability measures, as well as looking for incidental findings throughout the study, and allow for a secure and GCP compliant data capture within the platform. So this is the platform where the pathologist will also be presented with the algorithm scores and the algorithm overlays, which highlight all of those key histologic features. And you can, next slide, please. So the types of validation evidence, and I'm going to go through the process, our sort of high-level process with EMA and FDA, but what was very useful about both programs was really just discussing, as we said, what is this unmet need, agreeing that it was an urgent unmet need, and that the first thing to do is to increase this precision over time, reproducibility across phases, across drug targets. And so in joining with the consortium, we were able to get a large pool of data. And because the whole slide image is the direct input to this algorithm, we needed not only a wide range of trials with different inclusion criteria, but staining variability from different labs, different drug targets with various mechanisms to show accuracy in the face of various drug treatments. And so we got together a large pool, a phase 3 and 3 phase 2 trials, 1 cirrhotic and 2 not, in order to demonstrate the following analytical validation properties, which were really all the non-clinical, demonstrating performance characteristics of the algorithm outputs. So validation of the whole slide image viewing platform itself, which allows for multiple pathologist reads in parallel. These pathologists can now be some of the best NASH pathologists in the world and can be independently in parallel using our platform, which can really allow for an efficient, high-value read. And we validate the overlays. So those overlays that show the histologic features on the frame levels, we want to show that they're sensitive and specific to these histologic features, really serving to highlight areas and facilitate an efficient review of the entire whole slide image, especially if you've got very low levels of some of these features like ballooning. And then thirdly, we wanted our tool to be highly accurate and repeatable and reproducible. Because this is the problem that we're trying to solve in itself. And so we did a very large external 3-site study to look at accuracy and reproducibility across the 3 sites. And then finally, importantly, clinical validation. These were prospectively read cases where pathologists will utilize AIM-NASH on the platform, and another scenario after a washout where they will just perform manual assessment using the validated whole slide imaging platform. And these 2 reads will be compared to a gold standard ground truth consensus read with independent pathologists. And so we then look at the agreement and explore how does the addition of AI affect that individual pathologist read? Does it bring it closer to that of the multi-panel consensus ground truth? And we again utilize several different trials, 2 phase 2 and a phase 3 trial from our consortium partners, enrolled and screened failures, really trying to represent the context of use so that this can be used essentially to replace fully manual scoring in NASH trials, both during enrollment and at that follow-up time point in order to better calculate the histologic change. And so with that, the overall package was to demonstrate high levels of accuracy, bringing an individual pathologist closer to the ground truth, and superior reproducibility over time. Next slide, please. And just to go through a little bit of how we've experienced the process, we definitely wanted to harmonize the processes with EMA and FDA. Parallel reviews are no longer performed, but the EMA and FDA have been communicative, have been sitting on each other's review teams during our meetings as observers, and I found that to be very helpful. I think it's helped us to align on the overall context of use, the lines of evidence that each agency is comfortable with in providing evidence of the safety and effectiveness for this particular context of use, and really to help make sure we're solving the problem in the field currently, always bringing it back to what's going on in the field currently and providing pathologists with tools to increase their precision. And so we began this process in 2020. And we very quickly, and on the FDA side, had our letter of intent, which is sort of like acceptance into the program, the difference being that the FDA publishes that at that time on their website, whereas with EMA, everything is still kept confidential through that point. We did the same thing with EMA. We had a discussion meeting, an early discussion preparatory meeting, which was very helpful in order to determine what sorts of information would be needed to explain how we train the model, what are our quality control processes that we have in place, everything from soft security and software, patient privacy, as well as how the pathologist, what's the role of the pathologist in using this tool. So I think both of those early meetings with FDA and EMA were very helpful. And then the qualification plan. So we began to really go into detail around how we would, as I described in the slide following, how we would validate in order to support that context of use. And this again went very deep into the statistics, which clinical trial populations we were choosing to minimize bias and to increase representation across the whole field. And so together with EMA and FDA, we had meetings, we discussed the list of issues, and we achieved qualification advice with full support from EMA. I believe it was Q4 2021. And so that process was predictable. We appreciated having the rolling schedule and sort of knowing what was going to come next. And now we have completed our validation studies and are really ready to come back with that qualification package in the next few months here, including all of our validation results. Next slide, please. But now we no longer are really harmonized in our two different pathways here. Just to give you a little glimpse of what we've sort of where we are in the process. We have gone all the way down here in purple. We've had our discussion meeting with response to the list of issues held, and qualification advice was adopted. As I said, last 2021, Q4 2021, and we then executed all of our validation studies and are getting ready to start the process again to request for qualification opinion. Unfortunately, the FDA has estimated timelines, but these, due to there not being a set clock or a rolling schedule, as well as pandemic delays and all sorts of complexities, we moved quickly through the first round. And unfortunately, our qualification plan, which we sort of finalized with EMA in Q4 2021, is still under review. And so it's been 2.5 years for that instead of the estimated 6 to 10 months. So we are moving along. We have a meeting with them coming up. And it also, we're bringing together CDRH, the device folks, and a lot of different SMEs in the room for all of these teams. So I think it's very complex to bring all of these folks together in order to discuss this, which, we have a lot of the digital pathology SMEs from CDRH that are really serving there, because this is very much like a digital pathology IVD submission as far as the validation evidence goes. And so we really can't anticipate what our qualification package review is going to look like, because these are just estimates, and so far it has not adhered to the estimates originally laid out. Next slide, please. So some thoughts on that and going forward. Right now, as I said, parallel review is sort of largely out of the hands of the submitter due to the differences in processes. The EMA process has been a little more predictable with the rolling schedule. FDA review is not tied to any of the user fee acts, so PDUFA, Medical Device User Fee Act, or any other, which have helped to really lay out timelines and clear expectations for what that process would look like for devices. But this program is not tied, so there's no set timelines. And we would love to discuss with EMA and FDA willingness to maybe establish a parallel review again, or interagency collaborative review teams. It would just be greater consistency to tool developers, drug developers, and patients in an area. And since this is such a significant unmet need across the world, and submission expectations thus far have been pretty well aligned, and as well as relevant consensus standards and practices seem to be recognized by both bodies. And so we are wondering if there'd be a willingness to establish sort of an interagency collaborative review team once again, so that we can re-parallelize these processes. Next slide, please.
Katie, I'm really sorry, but I think I have to cut you short at this point. We are overrunning.
Time's up.
And I think you have provided very interesting points and a very interesting project and how you progress the development and qualification of these AI tools. But in the interest of the other participants, I think we have to move on. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And with that, I'm very pleased to introduce Jörg Zinserling, my co-chair for a regulatory perspective on qualification of methodologies based on digital health technologies and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Over to you, Jörg, please.
Thanks, Torsten. So I'm providing some perspective on qualifications with regard to digital health technologies and artificial intelligence. Next slide. I will talk about EMA REMIT, a perspective on clinical validation and technical validation, and some of the presentations already touched upon this distinction. We'll touch upon digital health technology aspects and artificial intelligence and machine learning aspects. I may skip the life cycle management part in the interest of time. And next slide, please. Importantly, the intention of this presentation is to provide selected observations from recent qualification procedures. And this is intended to highlight topics and is not intended to be comprehensive. So I will provide some preliminary proposals, which are not necessarily final, but should enable a discussion, and we will have the panel discussion afterwards. So focus on digital health technology and artificial intelligence is the scope of this session here. Next slide. So starting with next slide, observations. The EMA REMIT in qualifications for digital health technology and AI is defined, and the context of use should be relevant for the medicinal product lifecycle. And this could be, of course, in all development phases, is usually intended for evaluation and marketing authorization application, but could also pertain to monitoring after approval. There are examples for digital endpoints. I will not go into detail. You may be familiar with digital biomarkers, and we heard about whole slice imaging. We heard about electronic outcome assessment tools as endpoints in clinical trials. There are also objective measures that could use sensors for developing endpoints. And I will come to the focus on components in EMA REMIT, and I think there is a message on separation for technical and clinical validation, and I come to that in the course of my talk. Usually the context of use should focus on a specific application. And I think it's necessary to state that we may not be able to qualify a very broad context of use, for instance, for step counting in the context of digital health technology that could use accelerometry, because this would not be sufficiently tied to a clinical use. As some of the speakers already mentioned, there is the need for broadening the expert range in the assessment. And I mentioned several parties that will in future included in qualification of new methodology. We already have clinical experts, patients, methodologists, real-world data experts, and GCP experts. But we will hear about the perspective of notified bodies in a later presentation. And we may also be able to engage with HTA bodies. Next slide. And I only want to refer you to the question and answers document, which is quite up to date and will allow you to structure applications for qualification advice or qualification opinions. And I would now want to come to specific tools. And next slide is on requirements for validation steps. And as I already mentioned, we would propose to separate clinical and technical validation. And this is also pertaining to the fact that for the technical validation part, not all parts may be in the remit of EMA. Some parts are in the remit of notified bodies, and it is usually necessary to provide high-level information on CE-marked medical devices. And this would then need a summary of the performance data. And also a learning from procedures is that applicants should check if the CE mark for their medical device covers the intended use that they want to pursue in their development. That this is not always given. With regard to clinical validation, it would be wise to separate also the questions to EMA with regard to these aspects, and to structure the discussion in briefing documents according to technical and clinical aspects. The context of use, as I already mentioned, should focus on a specific application. And this means that usually performance data in the target population is needed. And performance of a digital health technology tool might differ in patients compared to healthy volunteers. And for many applications, we have seen data on healthy volunteers, but not in the target population. Next slide. Now coming to specifics of digital health technology. In regard to clinical performance evaluation, we would propose to relate performance evaluation to the context of use. And this, in many cases, would involve testing in a clinical trial setting. And of course, the necessity for this will depend on the importance and the risks involved from the regulatory perspective. For a primary endpoint, this would be very different compared to an exploratory endpoint. And the performance metrics should be tailored to the context of use, which means that if you expect a distribution of positives, negatives, if you want to detect an event, you should focus on the distribution of the occurrence of this event in a specific population. And it is also necessary to consider if there's a reference standard in terms of a gold standard. With regard to application of the digital health technologies, ideally, this would be device agnostic. And this is also then related to minimum technical requirements that may be valuable to be defined. And these minimal requirements may also be published, and this is definitely not sufficiently addressed so far. With regard to these minimum technical requirements, it may be helpful to use a layer model that involves raw data, processing, the derived device data, and also then clinical endpoint data. So overall, technical aspects are of importance, and this also pertains to devices or software that may not require a CE mark. And also for these devices, criteria to ensure performance and limits of performance should be defined. So that's the recommendations on the digital health technology aspects. Next slide is on artificial intelligence and machine learning aspects. And I'm again highlighting some aspects of clinical performance evaluation. And there are specifics in artificial intelligence applications, and these pertain to secular trends, and secular trends should be considered for performance evaluation. From a regulatory perspective, interpretability and explainability may be paramount, and I think we are not ready to qualify complete black box approaches. And for artificial intelligence tools, it would be usually required to have a prospective validation. There may be exceptions, but usually required is the correct term here, I think. With regard to generalizability, it would be good to consider pre-qualification collaboration, as single sponsor developments may not be generalizable. So this is maybe a topic that could be further discussed. With regard to the deployment of artificial intelligence models, this should be covered with a plan and should consider performance checks, either before or after application in the intended context of use. And overall, such a plan should cover model degradation over time as technical aspects in the field of artificial intelligence evolve quickly, and this might also hamper performance. And only as a teaser, I will show the next slide on a draft reflection paper, which is coming soon and will cover aspects I already mentioned in more detail, and this will be out for a public consultation in due time. Next slide. And this is an aspect I only will highlight at this stage. I think we need to talk about lifecycle management of the tool itself, pertaining to digital health technologies and artificial intelligence, but also the lifecycle management of the potential qualification opinion of such tools. And I will not explain details. I think we may pick up this at the discussion stage. And I thank you for your interest and your attention, and stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jörg. I think that was so many substantive points where people will come back to, and I'm sure we will pick up in our remaining discussion time. But as we have quite progressed in terms of time, I quickly would like to introduce our final presentation by Daniela Seneca, the Notified Body Perspective, Opportunity to Collaborate with Medicine Regulators for Qualification of Novel Methodologies. Daniela is a biomedical engineer with over 15 years of experience in the medical device area on technology transfer, product development, patents, prototyping, technical tests, clinical studies, clinical and regulatory affairs, and HTA. Daniela now works as regulatory lead in BSI on the future notified bodies for artificial intelligence. Daniela, over to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to EMA for giving me the opportunity to bring the notified body perspective and experience in novel methodologies evaluation. Next slide, please. For a medicinal product to be placed on the market in Europe, every market authorization is required according to the described process in the slide you're probably most familiar with than I am, involving good manufacturing practice, clinical investigations authorizations, pharmacovigilance, etc. Next slide, please. For medical devices to quickly reach the European market and freely circulate in Europe, at the end of the 90s, a new approach and later a new legislative framework was implemented to guarantee the right balance between safety and compliance of medical devices and quick market access of innovation. Notified bodies and competent and designating authorities activities are strictly regulated, and their obligations are extended to the whole life cycle of medical devices, with a recent stress to clinical aspects and post-market surveillance activities. As you can see from the slide, it is the manufacturer responsibility to qualify the medical device, classify it according to risk-based rules detailed in the MDR, the Medical Device Regulation, submit an application to a notified body. There's currently almost 40 of us notified in NANDO website, where we're all listed with our scopes. You can find us in the link provided at the end of the slide. Notified body performs then a third-party conformity assessment, reviewing technical, clinical, testing, quality management system aspects, mainly against harmonized standards, and issues a CE certificate lasting 5 years and subject to 12-month surveillance audits, also covering changes and vigilance reviews on those certified medical devices. Also, notified bodies are audited by regulators every 12 months to confirm that our internal processes and checklists that regulators have approved and competent authorities have approved for us to work with them are followed, and our competence and impartiality is maintained. Next slide, please. What does fall under the medical device regulation then? Let's have a deeper look at this definition. So, any instrument, software intended by the manufacturer for human beings for the specific medical purpose of diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, prediction, prognosis, treatment, or alleviation of disease, disability, which does not achieve its principal intended action by a pharmacological, immunological, or metabolic means, including devices incorporating tissues or cells of human origin, drug-device combinations you might be familiar with, custom-made implants, medical software. Let's give some numbers for context. There's out there more than 20,000 medical device certificates issued by notified bodies in 3 to 24 months of assessments, employing almost 3,000 conformity assessment employees. As an example, in my team only, 14 medical devices, including AI software, have been already reviewed. Maybe. Next slide, please. Some of the novel technologies EMA provides qualification services on may be or may include medical devices and then fall under the scope of the medical device regulation and our conformity assessments. Notified bodies, as previously mentioned, are accredited and notified in NANDO to perform conformity assessment in a very fast changing environment, also regulatory fast changing environment, covering a wide knowledge and expertise, as you can imagine, from an ECG to a radiation therapy treatment planning software. There's quite a big expertise required. So we have clinicians, engineers, microbiologists, pharmacologists involved in those assessments. Recent challenges to mention are the medical device directive to the medical device regulation transition, the recent quality management system standards and specific technical standards updates, Brexit, the ongoing discussion on the Artificial Intelligence Act, and competence building on this, as the previous speaker mentioned, also on testing tools for testing AI softwares and eventually sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes, to be able for them to quickly access the market. So from our experience so far, innovation always runs faster than regulators, and we all, notified bodies especially, have to be fast learners and to resiliently cope with that. Next slide, please. So when novel health technologies involve medical devices, we are ready as notified bodies to support regulators to share our technical, clinical, and testing knowledge for evidence-based, safe, and compliant medical devices on the European market, which is our shared goal for notified bodies, regulators, manufacturers, and patients. From a review perspective, those are the main areas we have assessed where gaps are found. So we agree with previous speakers that early regulators' involvement and iterative approaches are welcome and for those conformity assessments to be successful. But as notified bodies, our hands are a little tied by impartiality requirements. So actually we cannot be involved in conformity assessments if we were somehow involved in consultancy on the design of the technology, including pre-market clinical strategy. Next slide, please. So for transparency of our process, here are BSI available resources on medical device conformity assessment that can be downloaded from the link provided or directly from this slide. Clicking on the guidelines you might be interested in reading. As mentioned, we cannot be involved in the technical standards drafting either for impartiality issues and requirements. So the actual standards drafting is managed by another stream of the British Standard Institution, but technical standards, guidance, everything available is our key tool for conformity assessment. That's all from my side. I'm happy to take questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for this very informative overview. If I can maybe have a short question myself, what would be a practical approach? You mentioned the limitations to engage in pre-CE marking consultancy activities, but clearly we have heard from many stakeholders how much there's a need to collaborate with regulators for medicinal products. So do you see a practical way to collaborate, and how would that work? Would that be once there is a contract between a device developer and a notified body? And would the notified body engage on the side of the developer as part of a qualification procedure? Or can you imagine that notified bodies would become part of an EMA qualification team? Do you have any thoughts on this? Thank you.
That's up to regulators to decide. We are very happy to share expertise, knowledge, and we're very transparent. We have to be very transparent on our conformity assessment processes, but we can actually look at specific applications only when there's a contract in place between the notified body and the manufacturers for CE marking of their devices, so reviews according to the medical device regulation requirements. But any other way of, notified bodies to work with regulators is open for development.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we will have this dialogue and will progress in the future. Thank you. With this, I would like to start the Q&A part. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time as we expected, but we have so many interesting panelists, and we asked them to prepare some impulse statements. And I would like to start with Mr. Bernd Ahrens, who is a patient representative from the Dutch Association for People with Atopic Dermatitis. Bernd Ahrens lives with severe atopic dermatitis since birth. He is a past president and a patient advocate for the Dutch Atopic Dermatitis Association. He participates in both national and international guidelines and research projects with over 40 publications. He is an associate editor for the British Journal of Dermatology, and for the EMA, he is an expert patient representative since 2017, being involved in over 25 procedures. And Mr. Ahrens, due to a visual impairment, will not be able to start his camera, but he kindly provided us with a photograph which we put on the screen. And Bernd, over to you for your short impulse statement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jörg. I hope you can all hear me. And thank you very much for... Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much for inviting me and for showing this very charming photo that clearly shows that there's something wrong with my skin. I've been very impressed by today's meeting and also by the patient representatives and the discussion about the Duchenne and rheumatoid arthritis, etc. I think this is a session of digital health technology, and being a former ICT person myself, I think these are very challenging times. And the reason, and then I speak specifically for atopic dermatitis, is that we have outcome measures, but they're all subjective in one way or another. They're either clinician or assessor subjective, or they are patient subjective. There is no biomarker yet that you can establish the severity in an objective way. So I was hoping that with digital health technology, for instance, based on images, severity could be assessed. You know, that there would be an objective marker that would not only be easy, but it would also be cost effective and very will reduce a lot of time in clinical research. Now, we had the example today of nocturnal scratch, which is very interesting for a number of ways, because hopefully it is measurable, but there are a lot of questions, like also Dr. Mocking addressed. Is a construct important to patients? Is it able to distinguish between different states of eczema severity, for instance? And there is another aspect that is interesting, I think, is that if you use a wearable, for instance, on your wrist, to deduct itch by scratching, deducted by from movement, is it valid for everyone, and is it tolerable? I mean, even maybe not accidentally, but this weekend there was in our Facebook group a report of someone who was wearing a Fitbit for other reasons, and she complained of eczema or skin irritation underneath the device, not due to the strap, but the device itself. It was really around mark. So the fact is, the question is can everybody tolerate it, and tolerate it in clinical research, for instance, for 16 weeks or 52 weeks every night? And then there is another aspect and of this very data intense measurements is, are people willing to wear it every night for that long? And do you feel comfortable that while you are in your most private room, being monitored on all your wrist movements? I mean, and my concern is twofold. Is one, is it valid for all age groups and time zones and occupations, for people who work night shifts or otherwise? And will people not at some point get tired of it or forget it, or maybe be not compliant? So there is a lot of things to discuss. I think it's incredibly interesting, like I said, because it makes something that is subjective more objective. But I would really plead for to the people who develop these kinds of technologies and the regulators, also for EMA, to have patient involvement as soon as possible, not only for the construct or the concept that you want to measure, but also how you want to measure it. Is it acceptable? Does it not lead to additional dropout or maybe less inclusion? And is it therefore an acceptable technology for people to use in a clinical trial? And therefore, I would very much plead again for patient involvement at every step of the development, from the first concept to the end results. And I also would want to stress that sometimes it's used as a trial endpoint in clinical drug development, while I would like it to be also tested in what is the best treatment for someone. So outside a drug development program, more within academia, maybe even open access, open source, or whatever, so that after it is being approved and used and is valid and validated, that it can also be used in other studies, and not only for a specific drug development study. So I don't want to take more time, but I'm happy to go into dialogue with people who are interested in the subject, because I think there is an enormous challenge, but it only works if it's valid and it's useful and it's meaningful to patients, and it would add something to their life and to the process of drug development. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arends. I think your insightful comments make clear how important it is that patients are really included early on in development, and of course also on our side when we make assessments about the validity of new measures. I think I give the floor to Jörg to introduce our next panelist for a statement.
Yeah, my pleasure to introduce Professor Laurent Servet, Professor of Pediatric Neuromuscular Disease at the University of Oxford. And he has been working on digital outcome measures over the last 15 years and had been leading the identification, validation, and qualification of the stride velocity 95 centile for which public consultation of the qualification opinion as primary endpoint in clinical trials for Duchenne muscular disease is currently ongoing. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a real pleasure to be in this panel discussion, and thank you very much for inviting me. I think that definitely digital outcomes has the possibility really to be transformative into clinical development. And as a physician, as a pediatrician, we see patients every day. I mean, I can tell that if we could avoid trials that are 2 years on placebo, including 150 patients going from all over Europe to the clinical trial side by doing trials that are shorter with less patients, this could translate immediately into quality of life for our patients. My personal experience with the regulatory pathway of digital outcomes has been the importance of the collaboration and the importance of the interaction, the direct interactions with regulators. And I think that we've been extremely lucky during the qualification process to have the interaction with the EMA. One of the big questions I have remains the questions of the clinical validity, which is difficult to establish. And I think that with artificial intelligence, we will definitely face the issue of how to assess clinical validity, because for stride velocity 95 centile, it was already challenging, but I cannot imagine for an outcome issued not from the physician brain, but from the machine brain, how difficult it could be. And the second point that I would like to raise, and for which I think we certainly need guidance, is how to do the qualification process for ultra-rare diseases. Because what we've done with Cisna, with Roche in Duchenne, we won't be able to do it for very rare disease, right? For limb-girdle muscular dystrophy type 2Z, type 2K, type 2L. This is an effort that is huge, that took 6 years, and that cannot be replicated 10 times in population with smaller and smaller number of patients. So I think that at one point, what we will need now that we have better understood the pathway and the need to approve and to qualify an outcome, a digital outcome, is how we can do it for ultra-rare conditions, how we can generalize what we have observed in a disease that concerns 1 out of 5,000 newborn to a disease that concerns 1 out of 100,000, and for which a full qualification process is just impossible. So that's for me the very important question that we will need to face in the coming years.
Yeah, many thanks. I think mentioning target populations and performance data in different populations is something to be tackled with also with potential updates of qualification opinions. Thanks. Over to you, Torsten.
Thank you, Jörg. I'm now happy to introduce Lada Leyens, Senior Regulatory Director with Roche, who is very actively involved in many qualification-related projects. So, for example, she has been co-organizer of the FPR multi-stakeholder workshop on digital measures in December 22, with a strong focus on facilitating the application of digital methodologies in the development of medicinal products. Lada, you are very interested in your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Torsten, and it's a pleasure to join and represent Roche FPN industry in this session. I really consider this session as key, as we're not only looking at qualification of novel methodologies, but also at their intersection with novel technologies. And we heard through the presentations today what a complexity this adds to the process. What I will focus on is the reducing complexity, supporting pre-competitive collaboration, and the importance of a lifecycle management approach to qualification, which will continue what Jörg started in his presentation. So what do I mean by complexity in Europe? I mean, we have different intersecting regulatory frameworks and legislations. Think about the drug and device regulations, as we heard in the presentations. We have separate regulatory bodies, which don't always interact or are not always present in these procedures, and different paces of development, which are fast and dynamic for digital AI and modeling and simulation. We like to think about how to simplify this complex situation. So some proposals for the agency are to clearly delineate pathways for interacting with regulators throughout the different stages of development of the novel methodology from start to finish, both within and beyond the context of a specific molecule, and with possibilities to also discuss questions on the technology, which is really key when we think about the context of this session. Then Catalina already alluded to it, but I want to make that point again, to establish a mechanism to get EU-wide clarity on regulatory identities of technologies used in clinical trials. For example, answering the question, is it a device or not? As we encounter differing views at the stage of clinical trial application in Europe, and it is not within EMA's remit in qualification or scientific advice procedures. So it'd be great to have a separate procedure for this. We'll also ask to bring notified bodies and health technology assessment as part of the standard offering of ITF and qualification procedures when applicable, as now it lies within the responsibility of the applicant to bring them along. Aligning terminology was also one of the priorities that was identified as at the multi-stakeholder workshop that Torsten mentioned, and it's also key in this area as we are in a new development area with diverging uses of terminology. And then also for modeling and simulation, following on Flora's presentation, to ensure that we're able to assess the credibility and predictive value of a model, we would like to ask for the adoption of the modeling and simulation credibility framework and ensure alignment between different health authority review divisions and working parties. Let me now move to pre-competitive collaborations. And here I mean collaborations between all players in the ecosystem to develop and validate and get regulatory acceptance of methodologies and models that are fit for purpose and that solve an unmet need in drug development. What do we need for this? We need better pre-competitive collaboration frameworks that build on the currently existing and good mechanisms such as IMI, new IHI, and critical path, and that enable this end-to-end methodology development right through to regulatory acceptance and qualification to ensure impact. For this, we need the right funding frameworks. We need support for further platforms that enable end-to-end development, such as the DEEP initiative. And we also need mechanisms for easier translation into clinical practice to support patient care beyond clinical trials. Multi-stakeholder input is also key here, both to prioritize novel methods, as we heard earlier in the day, and to give input throughout the procedure. We would like to recommend to consider identifying the right stakeholders at the start of a procedure, involving them throughout, organizing methodology-specific workshops, and also using the ACT-EU multi-stakeholder platform construct for this, which will be kicked off very soon. And we already heard it today. We really ask for agencies to collaborate on the procedures, but also on relying on the qualifications that have been given by the different agencies. And now I would like to close with touching briefly on lifecycle management, which we also consider this as a key in qualification procedures, and Jörg started alluding to this. The life of a novel methodology continues after its validation and qualification, as we heard. It needs to be used, adopted, maintained, and further developed. And all of these components should be considered in the future optimized procedure. For example, if we want to take a qualified clinical outcome assessment and develop it for a new context of use, what is the additional evidence and can we simplify the procedure and make it shorter for a new qualification? And here, if I think about modeling and simulation or AI, where we inherently have dynamic models that continue to learn with additional data, when is it that there is significant change that we need a reevaluation or a new qualification? All of these are important considerations for the future. Now, let me close with 2 points. Horizon scanning as a key component. How can we help the agency identify what are the submissions that are coming their way to have the right resources and expertise? Can we have an early indication of intent? And can we then follow up with early acceptance and agreement on the development plan? We should also commit to high quality and complete data packages in keeping with the timelines. And at the end, after a procedure, we should close the loop with sharing regulatory standards developed, such as, for example, a concept of interest that is considered relevant in a context of use, and sharing that in a way that is easily findable and accessible. So with this, I wanted to thank EMA for aiming to optimize these procedures, for organizing this workshop, for also testing new concepts through the EMAD pilot that we have. And we look forward to continuing working with you to achieve all of this.
Thank you very much, Lara. This was a wealth of input, which we will surely consider. But unfortunately, we don't have much time left. I think, Jörg, if you could introduce our next panelist, please.
Yeah, this is for the MedTech perspective, and I'm welcoming Julian Clay. He is Director of Science at VivoSense. He is experienced in development and qualification of digital measures. He lectures at ETH Zurich and worked on digital endpoints at Novartis, Evidation Health, and also for the Digital Medicine Society. So the floor is yours for a position statement.
Super, thanks very much, Jörg. So Torsten asked me to make some thoughts specifically from the perspective of smaller companies and to provide that perspective. And so one thing I wanted to, really dig deeper into was how do we incentivize small companies, by which I mean, typically agile, innovative companies, but who have perhaps a limited runway, limited regulatory muscle. How do we de-risk their perspective when it comes to qualification, right? I think we're all here because we recognize the value of these processes, but how can we bring in companies who might be scared away by the scale of everything that is required here? So there's a few points I wanted to touch on. So one was really thinking about the scope of a context of use. And obviously I understand why it is very important to have a very clear scope, but I just want to raise how that can look for a smaller company. And one thing is that, the more narrow the COU, the smaller your market share is going to be. And so I think I don't have a solution to, but I've heard it raised in other similar forums. We had a multi-stakeholder meeting at the end of last year, and this was something that was raised consistently by small company representatives. And I think it's something that we could talk about. I think it's also related to the point, for example, raised by Laurent, that once you have, let's say, a foothold in one COU, how can you expand out from there in a constructive way? And I think also, obviously, Catalina and Lara spoke around clearer paths to engagement, especially for companies, as I say, who don't necessarily have a lot of regulatory muscle, don't necessarily have personal connections. How could you lay out those pathways more clearly? I think Catalina raised the idea of, templates and things like this, anything I think that de-risks, the challenge of engaging. And I think Katie also raised this idea of parallel review, right? As a small company, you may be forced to make a choice about what regulatory agency you're engaging with. And the more similar and more aligned those processes can be, perhaps we can take that choice away. And I think that's ultimately better for patients, right? We don't want to have tools that are valid in one part of the world and not in another. So one possible solution, not to all of these issues, but something that I feel could be very, very constructive for small companies, is to have more proactive guidance around where they might engage, kind of perhaps like an RFP style call into areas of regulatory interest. These could also be used to encourage collaboration, as Lada raised. And this could be, as I say, a way of de-risking that engagement process and having companies understand the value and the return on their investment for getting engaged around qualification. But I do want to finish, obviously, on a positive note, and I do think from our perspective of EvaSense, we do see Europe as a very fertile ground. All of our research does focus on qualification, and yeah, we're very aware of the progress made around stride velocity 95th centile, IMI, IHI frameworks, which have led to fantastic collaborations like Mobilized or IdeaFast, who are making huge progress in the area of qualified digital measures. So yeah, I just wanted to give a few thoughts on how we might encourage more small, innovative companies to engage with those processes. So with that, I'll finish there and just say thanks to the EMA for bringing together all of these diverse voices and having this conversation.
Many thanks, and very relevant perspective from small, medium enterprises, and very interesting that you mentioned this request for development perspective, which is not yet part of the qualification procedure strategy, maybe, and we might have a discussion on that. Thanks.
I think I can now introduce our next panelist and invite Elke Stahl, a senior clinical trial expert from Federal Institute of Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany and member of the Clinical Trials Coordination Group, for a short statement. Thank you, Elke.
Sorry. Thanks, Jörg. Wes. Well, just a few words maybe from a clinical trial perspective. As you know, the CTCG is a successor of the CTFG, and we already participated quite in a number of innovation task force informal advices, as well as scientific advice qualification processes on complex trials, digital endpoints, biomarkers, artificial intelligence, and so on. And if I'm looking into the future, I think it's good to have CTCG representations in the ITF and Scientific Advice Working Party for qualifications on novel methodologies. And so having really inter-network cooperation and an information exchange between all of us. And as we as of CTCG would organize systematic discussion of the cases we get for having a look on, and also in close collaboration with our ethics colleagues. As you know, we assess the clinical trials together now in the CTR, and we also draw up the decentralized clinical trials recommendation paper already. We are also eager to hook up with notified bodies like we did for the EVDR question and answers. So I think there's a huge demand to really cooperate wide within our regulatory network and to support new ideas, to support evolution in clinical trials, starting as soon as possible to really get a glimpse on what is feasible, what needs to be watched at, and to start an early interaction with clinical trial regulators so we can support the evolution, we can support approval of clinical trials and fast going to treatment and harmonize throughout Europe. I think as soon as we are involved, I think we can support you and also support ourselves in training throughout Europe to be more harmonized and to really have one opinion and support all what is in artificial intelligence, modeling, simulation, digitalization, or what's coming up. We don't know. But I think we have the opportunity now to have this good and close collaboration, and also supported by Accelerate Clinical Trials in Europe. I think that platform could be used to exchange. And to be short, thanks.
Thank you very much, Ecke. I think it is very much appreciated that CTCG is really exploring to increase collaboration with all the other stakeholders, and in particular also with the qualification platform. And over to Jörg for our final panelist.
Yeah, my pleasure to introduce Gabriel Westman, Associate Professor and Medical Doctor and Engineer, Head of Artificial Intelligence at the Swedish Medical Products Agency, and he is also a member of the Methodology Working Party and Big Data Steering Group at EMA, and has an important perspective on AI. Thanks.
Hello, and happy to be here. Thanks for the chance to give my input. Also want to promote the upcoming AI reflection paper, which I hopefully will be presenting also to external stakeholders soon. And I think there we will see how regulatory standards can be met. We'll sort of show possible paths rather than trying to regulate this very highly and quickly developing field. But with that being said, I think we also need to acknowledge that the AI ML field is quite immature, and it's not only us regulators trying to find our feet, but we also meet external stakeholders and applicants that have not really been completely grounded in technology. And I think we need to help each other evolve for patients to have safe and efficient, effective medicines. I mean, we see many low resource approaches, and perhaps there is some consolidation needed in the AI ML business, similar to what we see in pharma. You wouldn't see small companies coming all the way up to pivotal clinical trials. We see that we are in a phase where data management is changing. Many of the historical databases, pathology, radiology, and so on, they have a lot of human bias in them. Humans have done different things to patients depending on their awareness of the diagnosis, and this creates traces and artifacts now which we see in modeling and simulation. We see problems with data leakage where you want to use historical retrospective data, but there are so many ways that it can leak back and create overfitting for the models. And if you do have an overfitting model, you need to update it frequently, and you end up in regulatory problems in terms of both conformity and qualification perspectives. So I think we really need to find a common ground of how to develop this field together, and not only looking at regulators as being conservative and unwilling to change. Moving on, I think we need also to acknowledge that there is a balance between sort of explainability and need for validation. If you come with a black box, it will need to be very rigidly and extensively shown that it really does work in different settings. If you come with something explainable, it's much easier to look if you can understand it. We also see a lot of applicants coming with the technical and clinical questions intertwined for qualification. I think we really need to sort that out to give good technical qualification advice without having it looking like a scientific advice. And then in general, finding what to qualify, why and when, for whom. I am really hoping that we will see things like public model repositories. Whether this is a utopia or feasible, well, the future will show. But if we can solve integrity aspects in machine learning, so we can use federated methods, we could move into a future of open source models being used by multiple companies, creating standards of quality where we have the par in the field, so to speak. On that said, I think I will also sort of give a different opinion on partnership and cooperation that has been scheduled in this discussion. I mean, it's wonderful, but also I think that we need to remember that legislators in some aspects don't want us all to sit in the same boat. I mean, there's a difference between the maximal and optimal level of partnership. It might be that regulators versus notified bodies versus industries have to be slightly separated at times to be independent. The same as perhaps there's a possibility that EMA and FDA should act independently, not to be too much one-eyed. So I think there's a lot of future, a lot of hope, but also we need to grow together on this. And with that, I will stop. Thank you.
Many thanks. That's touching on important aspects that we might pick up. If not today, maybe already looking at tomorrow's sessions. But over to you, Torsten, to structure what we can do now.
Yes, thank you, Jörg, and thank you all for your really rich statements. Unfortunately, we have already basically come up to the time of the session, but we have 3 Slido questions, and maybe we can put them up and ask any of the presenters or panelists who would like to address them. So the first is a qualification of something like the measure of nocturnal scratch expected to be device agnostic, or qualification would be only applicable to a given device? And maybe I can ask you, Jörg, to briefly address this.
Yeah, I think that's a difficult question because you might want to first look at clinical performance data and the underlying layer of the device data may determine what clinical performance can be achieved. But in principle, if this connection and problems with this connection can be solved, also nocturnal scratch could be device agnostic. But having in mind what Bernd Ahrens said, for nocturnal scratch, you might want to be very careful about what can be captured of this domain, because patients may have very different patterns of scratching and movement, and I think that's also from the technical perspective a challenge. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jörg. The next question is: evolution of AI and digital technologies is fast. How to account for it during qualification and expected improved versions of the qualified methodologies already within a couple of years? And may I ask Gabriel, would you like to address this question?
Sure, thank you. Yes, well, this is really the holy grail of the AI discussion, I think, and we need to find this together, I believe. Although there are, I think, cases where it can be shown that if you are really robust in your feature development, in your model development, if you challenge your model with regularization and do it due to best practice, the models might be standing the tooth of time quite well. So I think this will be a combination of trying to actually find approaches which doesn't have to be changed every second, and if they have to be changed, have that in a life cycle management plan, clearly defining what has been qualified, what belongs to the clinical study. It might be that you actually have to show that you have performance within the study protocol prior to deploying the tool at the phase 3. If you're looking about primary endpoint generation, for example. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, a question to Daniela Seneca. I understand it would be possible for notified bodies to be part of a qualification team in a qualification procedure. Would then the notified body be prevented to perform a conformity assessment for the given device and applicant? Is it realistic to see it happen? Daniela, over to you.
Hi, thanks for the question. So at the moment, it is prevented if it is for a specific manufacturers, but it's prevented by the medical device regulation, by the European Commission, by the regulators. So if it is regulators asking for notified involvement in those assessments where medical devices are involved, I don't see any issue with that. Does it answer the question?
Thank you very much. I think we will take this conversation further in the future. And with that, I think, unfortunately, we have to stop. I'm sure we could have discussed an hour or two about the rich content that we have heard from all the contributors of our third session. Yeah, I think overall we have had a lot of information in 3 sessions. First, on the journey of innovation, the scope of the qualification of novel methodologies procedure. Then in the second session on clinical outcome assessments, PRO, and observer-reported outcome. And then in our final session on the more technical methodologies like modeling and simulation, digital health technologies, and AI, ML. And I hope we can all have a good think this evening about all the content and come back tomorrow just before 1 o'clock Central European summertime and continue the conversation then with a session on real-world evidence generation related methodologies, and then the all-important final working session where we will bring together all our reflections and hopefully can identify clear recommendations on how to improve and make the qualification procedure work in the interest of patients even better. And with that, I would close the workshop for today and thank again all the contributors for their really outstanding contributions to this workshop. Really very much appreciated. Thank you very much.